Steph Stephen Fulton Jr.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is the skill, the highly regarded Devin the Dream Haney.
Bud Crawford is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter. The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down, round one. The truth hurts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez!
The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney!
Yo, what up, man? Welcome back to another episode. I don't even know. Hey, we just be live, man. We just be live. I don't even know if we can call these episodes no more. I got to start breaking this shit down the right way. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I got to start breaking it down the right way. As always, man, y'all make sure y'all come through, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? The Cash App is open. The Super Chat is open. We ain't asking for no type of donations, but hey, if you want to show love to the show, we ain't got no problem with it. As always, I like to drop the link early because we get started late. I will tell y'all, I'm gonna drop it, but expect to be in the background for a second because I gotta cook on some stuff. So you can, hey, take your time hitting the link tonight. Take your time because I gotta talk about these boxing dads. Right? Y'all see the title, Boxing Dads Living Through Children or Pushing Them for Greatness. Now, and I want to bring up a few examples. I want to bring up a few examples. But before I do it that way, as always, y'all know what I got to do. We got to start the show off the right way. And the only right way to start the show off is what? Addressing the chat. So we always got to go to the chat first. Shout out to my brother, Cash Crypto is in the building. He got Ryan Garcia. He said, hey, I believe, what is that? What's today? Today's this Saturday, this Sunday, one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that that will be the 1 year anniversary of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. So I understand where you're going with this, Cash. We're going to talk about that tonight. Shout out to my sister in the building, man. Salute to my sister. Todd Draper is in the building. Salute to my sis, man. Shout out to my brother, All Things in the building. All Things always showing love. Salute, fam. Much love and respect. Shout out to my brother in the building, man. Dank Father. One of the realest Devin Haney fans, a real boxing, a scholar of the sport of boxing, man, in my personal opinion, a scholar of the sport of boxing. Hey, we got Cub right side is in the building. I gotta tell y'all, I checked Cub right side. I checked this page out. The man started his page a couple days ago. Respectful. I say that respectfully, but keep doing your thing, my brother. Hit the like button when you come through. Hit the like button. We ain't got no problem with you. Hey, we take it. Hey, if you gonna be on here, we ain't got no problem. Just hit the like button. That's it. That's all we ask for. Shout out to my brother DP Rocker in the building, man. One of the realest. You feel me? An individual I got a lot of love and respect for. Salute to my brother DP. Let me see if I missed anybody. I'm scrolling through. Give me a second, y'all. We got my brother in the building. Texas G is in the building. Texas G always showing up and showing out. You know what I'm saying? Always here. Appreciate you, my brother. We got my brother, the Samoan OG. Man, Mike got and I say that respectfully. Man might have all type of tattoos, the tribal tattoos. Y'all know how the Samoans get down. I say that respectfully. And shout out to all the Samoans. Y'all got some beautiful women over there. Let me see. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? We got the great brother, I believe the great brother, Salvador Dela Cruz in the building, man. Salute to Salvador. I'm not sure what the KD, I'm not sure what it means. I hope you're in order. We're gonna have to have somebody time you out if you out of order. It is what it is. Shout out to my brother in the building. Some of y'all like to call him the boxing fanatic. I call him Paid. Paid in Full is in the building. Shout out to my brother Paid in Full. Shout out to my brother Tommy in the building. A great cook tonight, man. Had a great show. Y'all always make sure y'all go check Tommy out over there, TD Sports. Go check him out. He was cooking with Rich. And Rich, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you ever want to figure out how to be a radio professional, go listen to that show. Because that's exactly what Rich is, a true radio professional. Shout out to Tommy and Rich, man. Much love and respect. Much love and respect. Shout out to my brother Uncle Shelton in the building. The OG. The OG is in the building. He said, get on with it, nigga. Well, hey, fuck you. You can leave. But, hey, you can always hit the link. But, nah, nigga, hey, we gonna take our time over here. The link ain't always got to be dropped immediately, damn it. Even though we dropped it. The link is already dropped. But, shit, we gonna get to it. Shout out to my brother, Big Dog Willie, in the super chat with the $2. Haney, T.O. Senior, Schofield, Norman for the 4 Cap Dad Kings. Amazing work. Amazing work. Listen, this is what we had to talk about tonight. And Free, I see you. Paid, I got you. Give me a second. Well, I'm gonna bring y'all up, but I'm getting this off my chest tonight. So I'm gonna bring y'all up accordingly. But I'm getting this one off. So, and shout out to Big Dog Willie for the $2 super chat. Listen, is this a great thing or a horrible thing? The reason I ask it is because what we've seen from these fathers in the sport of boxing, we've seen them try to take over their children's career. We've seen them not only sit here and speak for the children, right? And when I say children, let me rephrase that. It's their children. But these are young men that we're talking about. These ain't kids that we're talking about. We're talking about young men. We've watched this happen continuously. Is it a good thing for the sport? Today, shout out to my sister Ty in the building, man. Salute to my sister Ty with the $2 in the super chat, man. Showing love and support. I appreciate it, sis. You already know what it is. So, is it a good thing? Well, the first thing is that we have to say this. If you're going to sit here and more or less, because you put, and shout out to my sister Shawa in the building, man. Great interview, sis. Great interview. She had a great interview tonight with Brian Norman Sr. Shout out to my sister. Are you doing your fighters, your sons, are you doing them any type of benefit by doing what y'all are doing? The capping, the lying, right? But then at the same time, we have to also look at it. Shout out to my sister Bella. You know what I'm saying? The Tuesday night co-host, man. Great show, sis. You already know what you know how I feel about that show. We had a great show. But if you're doing all of this, is it to the detriment of your fighter and your son? Let me rephrase that. Your son and the fighter. At what point in time are we going to allow individuals to speak and say what they want to say and what they mean? When are we going to start to allow that to happen? One of the worst things that I've seen happen, shout out to 78 Sports TV And I want to pull this interview up. I don't want to play the whole interview because that'll take too long. I understand. But in the interview, 78 asked Schofield Sr. about the whole money offer, the $2.5 million, that type of thing. And he came out and said, well, Kid Austin told me, well, forget that. I'll fight him for $1 million. Well, and then Schofield Sr. came out and said, well, we talking about $2.5 million, not for us. It wasn't for us. We weren't talking about it for us. We talking about it for Abdullah Mason. Huh? You talking about $2.5 million for Abdullah Mason? And now, when we starting to criticize, now you're coming out saying that, oh, no. My son said that, hey, forget that 2.5, he'll fight for $1 million. Me and my son, we can rock with $1 million. I know what to do with $1 million. Well, wait a minute. That ain't what you just said. You just literally came out and said, nope, we need 2.5 for that fight. And switched it up like this and said, well, when I was talking about that 2.5, I was talking about the Masons. He got brothers and a father over there. He's not going to be able to take care of them. What if he get hurt in the fight? Well, what if your son get knocked out in the fight? We don't hear Abdullah Mason daddy coming out here talking about none of this stuff. We don't hear that. You out of order, man. You need to allow this young brother to speak on his own. Bill Haney. And y'all know how I feel about Bill. Hey, shout out to Bill. I think Bill is a hell of a father. Bill, Bill, I don't fuck with Bill. Bill don't fuck with me. I'm okay with that. I ain't got no problem with it. I still rock with Devin. I'm always gonna rock with Devin. I think Devin do things the right way. For this man to come out and say some of the things that he said, and really, Devin, me personally, in my opinion, Devin does things the right way. If I had an opportunity to say, hey, son, I want you to train like this. I want you to be dedicated like this individual. Devin would be one of those individuals. Devin is one of the most hated fighters in boxing right now. It's not because of Devin. It's because of Bill. It's because of Bill. This is why we have to talk about this. This is why we have to have these conversations. When we talk, I go back and I look at T.O. Sr. T.O. Sr. We did it first. You know the great thing I done seen with T.O.? At least T.O. be like that, man, go on. Hey, I got it. Go on, budget. I got it. He don't want T.O. Sr. there no more. He don't want T.O. Sr. there no more. Why? Because it's a bad look for me. You're giving me a bad rap. I don't have a problem with fathers, and I think that, and this is the dilemma that I'm in, and I'm opening it up right here. Real quick. Brian Norman Sr. Shout out to Senior. Shout out to Shawa. They just had a great interview over there. I watched Senior, and hey, y'all know I'm a Georgia boy. Y'all know I love. Hey, I'm rocking with Senior, Junior. At the same time, I watched Senior crash out over at KQ Choke. The man, interviewers are gonna do what they're gonna do. Don't let them get you off your square. And now you out here with the fuck you and no, bro. Hold, chill, bro, chill. You don't let them give you. Stay on yours. Focus. We gotta have focus around here. We gotta have focus. One of the things as a father, y'all know I'm a proud father. And Paige, you got some background, so I'm gonna mute you real quick. But you got a little background. I apologize to you.
You good?
One of the things as a father, I listen to my son and how he feel about me rooting for him, how I'm yelling for him, how I'm trying to coach him. I listen to what he says and how it make him feel. The reason being is because I can either be positive to his career or to whatever he got going on, or I can be a detriment. I want to understand his feelings on it. I want to understand that. It ain't my life to live, it's his life to live. I can only guide you. And I think at this current moment in time, these boxing fathers are out of order. I'm not saying all, but most. Angel Garcia wanted Danny, and shout out to Angel Garcia. He wanted Danny to do some shit Danny didn't want to do. Did that help Danny Garcia or hurt him? All I'm saying at the end of the day, when we talking about these boxing fathers, are you helping your son or are you hurting them? Are you trying to do what's best for them or are you living vicariously through them? I think it's a conversation that has to be had. I'm gonna open it up and I'm off my soapbox now. I'm off my soapbox. Free, welcome to the show, my brother. Paige, welcome to the show. Free, we coming to you first. Paige, we coming to you next. Free, what's your thoughts on the boxing fathers? Are they living through their children or are they pushing their children to greatness, in your opinion?
Well, some of them are pushing their kids to greatness. Some of them are living through their kids. Shout out to the real fathers, because I mean, shout out to all of them. For one, all of them are in their children's life.
And we have to give them credit. And we have to give them credit for getting them to this level. We have to give them credit for that.
Yeah, so shout out to them for the most part. They in their kids' lives because they could be one of those ones where they not around or whatever, but they in their kids' lives. So shout out to them. I give them credit for that. But the ones that I see doing it the right way, shout out to Unc Gary Russell Sr., may he rest in peace. Shout out to Bozie Ennis. Shout out to Kenny Porter. Shout out to Adula Mason's father. I look at those guys and
shout out to Jahad Tucker father. Jahad
Tucker. Jahad Tucker. For the most part, these guys are doing it the right way. Jalil's father, they're doing it the right way, and they're pushing their kids, but they're not taking the spotlight away from their kids. You have Bill Haney and you have Schofield Sr., you have Brian Norman Sr., and I give them credit because they want their kids to get the notoriety, but they're taking the spotlight away from their kids and they putting a negative spotlight on them. It's not the spotlight that they looking for. And they could very well turn it around and turn it into good, but for the most part, they hurting their kids' brand because people are looking at them differently instead of looking at them as, hey, this fighter is an up-and-coming star. He's doing his thing. He's making some noise in the sport of boxing, but they hearing their father on all these platforms. They hearing their father saying this, saying that about certain fights. For the most part, you don't even hear the kids say anything about anybody who they want to fight. You hear what the father wants for the kid instead of what the kid actually wants to do with his own career. Because out of all the ones that we're talking about, Brian Norman Jr., he doesn't talk that much. Schofield, he doesn't talk that much. Devin Haney, he doesn't talk that much. These guys are guys that don't really talk that much, so their father feels like they got to be the mouthpiece instead of just letting their work speak for itself. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not taking nothing away from them. They're trying to push their kids into the spotlight, but sometimes when you're pushing them into the spotlight, you doing it the wrong way. You're not doing it the way like Abdullah Mason father is doing, like Bozie and his father is doing. I mean, like Bozie is doing, and like Gary Russell Sr. did. You're not doing it the way they did. You're more so trying to get the name out there by being a spokesperson instead of just saying, look, y'all need to keep an eye on my son. My son is doing things that y'all might want to pay attention to. Y'all rather talk for them instead of letting them talk for themselves or let their game speak for itself. So I have to criticize, but I understand what they're doing, and so it's kind of a touchy situation because in one instance you want to give them praise for what they're doing, but when the negativity comes, you gotta criticize them for what they're doing, because a lot of times the negativity comes because we see they capping, so that's where all the negativity coming from. So you gotta criticize it.
And Free, and I'm going to my brother Paid next. Free, one thing I want to say, I do agree. At the same time, the plan is working. And the reason I say the plan is working, we all know that at this current moment in time, boxing, the biggest place you can talk boxing at is where? YouTube. These YouTube boxing streets, we talk more boxing than anybody, I ain't gonna say in the world, but American-wise, we talk more boxing than anybody, right, on YouTube. And you know what's so crazy? I watched Bill get out there and say some shit that I disagreed with. I ain't gonna lie to you. I disagreed with some of the things Bill said. But I watched him make Devin a common name in the YouTube streets. People may think that, hey, you don't gotta be big, you need the casual base. You do need that. You gotta get the actual fan base first though. I watch right now, more people are talking about Brian Norman Jr. than ever before, right? More people are talking about Kid Austin than ever before. Even so, my question to you, Free, in this situation, even though we know that it's some cap out there, we know that, but it seemed to be getting the job done as far as the eyes, and before you can gain the casual fans, you got to have the hardcore fans on your side, in my opinion. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting the job done for the eyes being on the kid, but it's being brought on in a wrong view of the kid. They not bringing the eyes to the kid for the talent. They bringing the eyes to the kid for they quote unquote ducking or lying about a certain fight or lying about a certain injury. So it's more so, they bringing eyes to him, but it's also hurting them. They looking at him like, damn, I thought this dude was going to be a decent fighter, but this is going on. His father saying this, his father saying that, and now we got to look at him a little bit differently because the kid ain't saying nothing, but we're taking the word of his father because it is his father. It's not like it's a trainer and the kid has no relation to him. You can say, well, the trainer said that, the fighter didn't say that. That's what the trainer wants. But in this situation, it's the father. So you like, okay, well, that's his son, so he knows which direction he want to push his son. Like when like BBO always say, when Robert Garcia said we need 48 months to fight Jerome Bucenis, BBO was like, well, that was the trainer. That wasn't Virgil that said that. That was the trainer.
His father.
But if that was Devin Haney, you'd be like, oh, Devin Haney said he needs 48 months. No, that was Bill. Well, Bill is his father, so he should know what his son wants.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. That's why I say, you bring the eyes, but you bring in the eyes in a wrong view.
Let me go to my brother Paid in Full. Paid, you done heard us talking wild up here, man. First things first, man. Welcome to the show.
What's going on?
Man, let me know, as far as what you done heard us speak on, what you done heard me go on my soliloquy about. What do you think about these boxing dads? Are they living through their children, or are they living vicariously through their children? Or are they just pushing them for greatness? What's your opinion on it?
I kind of agree with Free on some of the points as well. Well, both of y'all actually. Um, I think that you got some that's actually more so doing it for a good cause, but then you got some that's just like more so living for their son.
Sorry, go ahead. Hey, real quick, big dog, you got background.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
big
bring you
girl.
back on, but you got background, so I'm gonna bring you back on and mute you respectfully. I say that respectfully.
Yeah, but no, bro. Some of them are living through their sons, bro, and like I feel like, bro, sometimes you gotta take the back seat. Like, I don't agree with Schofield, bro. You a grown ass man, bro. You got a kid. Why you got your dad? Why you got your dad speaking for you? Like, I don't understand that. Like, and if he was smart enough, bro, with all the traction that you getting, you can create a whole nother YouTube channel yourself and get traction on your own shit. And that's another check coming into your house if you really look at it like that. But and as far as Brian Norman, I get what he doing, but bro, you gotta understand, bro. Like the internet is like the wild wild west, bro. So just because a person don't agree with what you saying and they got their own opinion about the situation, regardless of how you explained it to them, bro, you can't crash out like that, fam. Because you going against, like, you can't be ready to put your hands on another man because of his opinion about your son, bro. Like you going up against a lot of motherfuckers. It's like this pretty much like the internet is like a machine, bro. Motherfuckers gonna criticize you. They gonna praise you, criticize you when you down. All that shit, bro. Shit come with the territory. But you got to be able to take that shit. For instance, with KQKC, bro. If that man has his opinion about it, bro, cool. You just don't gotta go back over to that man's channel. Ain't no what's the sense of you going over there saying you about to beat up a 70-some-year-old man, bro? Like,
KQ ain't that old now. You out of order. That man
but
ain't.
I'm saying, but
You
still,
out of order.
but he older though, bro. What I'm saying is he older. That's somebody damn granddaddy, bro. Like, you can't be crashing out like that to the point you want
Shout out to KQKC, man. Shout out to KQ.
And it ain't no, respectfully, bro. I ain't trying to disrespect them on no shit like that, but I'm just saying, bro, for like, what's the point? You want to fight a nigga because of their opinion, bro? Like, that's crazy. You ain't got no real issue with a nigga. If he got an issue of criticizing your son, bro, let it be what it is. Like, your son just got to keep doing what he doing in the ring. That's all it is. Let his work speak for itself. But you can't be out here ready to fight motherfuckers due to their opinion.
I feel you on that. Shout out to my sister Ty in the building. Ty, and I gotta tell you, for anybody who don't know, if y'all missed, Ty was ready to cook on this last night. She was like, "All right, Doug, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it for you. Go ahead, open your can up, man. I ain't mad at it."
No, Zafree actually touched on a lot of good points. I just kind of want to maybe elaborate. So he's 100% right when he says that they are bringing eyes to their son, just not in the most positive way, right? And so I know people say, "Oh, you're talking about him." Yeah, but not in the best way that we could, right? Because all attention ain't good attention. And I was always taught seek respect, not attention. It lasts longer. So, when Bill and Schofields and even the Normans, they're out here and they're just all over the place, starting wildfires everywhere, that their sons have to be the ones to put out. To D Free's point, y'all out here talking a lot of trash that y'all sons gotta back up. And maybe they damn well can. But why continue to put them in those type of situations? You don't know what your son really wants to do unless you ask him. And then if you ask him, let him tell us. They were on Bill City this morning. Goddamn, Kid Austin couldn't get a word in. I thought Senior was gonna jump over the chair in his lap. Like, yo, chill out. Your son is 20 plus years old. If he's old enough to be out here bump, and having kids, he's damn sure old enough to talk for himself. He's more than able to sit up here on X and monitor and put out his own information on his accounts, because by y'all constantly just being in the public view and not in the best light, this is scrutiny upon your children. And then they wonder why people don't like their kids. It's because of y'all. Maybe, and I think Kid Austin said this morning that he doesn't really like to talk, which I get that, and I kind of get that vibe too for Brian Norman Jr. But if that's the case, then like D. Free said, let their work speak for them. Why are y'all constantly out here in front of a camera with a microphone in your face? Y'all never had nothing of y'all own y'all to be proud of. And I get being proud of your child, but there comes a time when you have to push that bird out the nest to see if he can fly, to know if you did a good job as a father. How can you gauge that when you still over their back? All of these fathers, and unlike the ones whose children, in my opinion, are really like that, y'all on y'all son's back like a wet t-shirt. Let the boy breathe. Let him develop. Let us get to know who he is. This morning, for the few minutes that Schofield was able to talk for himself, I said, "Oh, this kid is kind of funny. I could get into him." You know what I'm saying? But you can't, because here goes his father over his shoulder. What they say? You know what I'm saying? Or even you directing questions to your father.
Hold on,
You know what I'm saying? Bring in
What
your
he
damn brain.
hold on, Tom. What he said?
What they say? You know how Mills he could be reading the comments and shit. You know what I'm saying? He over his shoulder, like, yo, chill out with all that. He doesn't need that. And if
Right.
he does need that at this stage in the game, guess what? You did a piss poor job as a daddy. I don't give a damn how many gyms you took him to, how many titles he won against whoever he won him to. If your son is in his 20s and he can't walk down the street without you holding his damn hand, you did not do your job.
Amazing. Real quick, we got my brother. I ain't gonna say real quick. Take your time, Big Dog Willie. Let me mic check, Big Dog.
Are you good?
Girl.
You good to go? You good to go?
Okay.
Go ahead. Get your opening statements off, my brother.
I agree with Pay, Ty, and D Free. My whole thing is this: you can't talk as a dad. You can't talk shit, and then it goes back on your son, and then get mad. That's the craziest shit I ever seen. It's like he talks like Bill, Schofield, and Norman talk shit about other fighters, talk crazy shit about other fighters, and then somebody say shit about their sons, they gonna have the nerve to get mad. Who does that? So, I mean, they're good dads. I ain't gonna put they're good dads, but all for this is just, they're in the public eye. So you have to come on here, promote your son in a positive way. Don't make him like, I think what this was about Bill Haney, he tried to make his son like a bad guy, be like the evil guy in the boxing. Dude is nowhere near that.
The villain? Yeah.
And so I don't, and Schofield, and I feel bad for the little boy, or his son, I shouldn't call it little boy. He had the boy laying up in a hospital bed faking. Who does that with your son? No, I'm serious. Who does that with your son?
Nah, that's some narcissistic shit.
That's crazy. And I mean, I feel bad for that little man, because he made the nigga lay in the bed and act like he was sick and had music playing over. Anyway, and Norman
had the Afro beats playing, man.
Yeah, and then Norman had
Africa, or that Few the Children in Africa type of music and shit.
Yeah, no, he had that. What's that set off music? Day after day.
But one more thing before I get off of here. And Norman crashing out. Like, you can't get mad at somebody like KO, somebody who doesn't know shit, who doesn't know all this. If that's the case, then don't fuck with him. Don't listen to him. Why you worry about what he has to say? Don't get all mad and everything like that. Right. Don't worry about him. If he doesn't know all this shit that you're saying, leave him alone. Right. And that's what they fail to do. They take it personally. And they forget that they're throwing fire first. And people are just retaliating. But that's all I got to say.
I ain't mad at it, big dog. I ain't mad. Shout out to my sister, man. Bella is in the building. If y'all don't know, Tuesday nights, y'all pull up. It's going to be me and Bella rocking Georgia's finest, of course. Sis, man, go ahead and get your opening statements off. What's your thoughts on the whole father situation? Are they living through their children, or are they pushing their children for greatness, in your opinion?
Hey, Doug. Shout out to the whole panel. Hello to the panel. I see you have a pretty good, you got some good topics tonight. But, Deb, I'm going to be just quick because I got to kind of hop off.
Do your thing.
But the conversation about boxing dads living through their children, right? I just feel like a lot of the black fathers get the most scrutiny. And I feel like it's a little unwarranted, a little unjust. Now, I do understand, like, the fathers, like, talking trash. I understand this is still the entertainment business. But the way that people are now latching on to Norman Sr., it's kind they're kind of and his son is vocal too. I totally disagree with saying that his son is shy. His son is not shy. Norman Jr. speaks very well. He elaborates actually on questions and elaborates on the answers that he gives to, the media's questions. He definitely has like this, fairly well in a lot. Now, when we're talking about fathers living through their sons, I believe that Teofimo Lopez Sr. truly lives through his son.
Absolutely.
But to say that, I don't know if Norman Sr. is living through his son. Norman Sr. was a fighter. Norman Sr., when he talks about like his son, and when he talks about like the business of boxing and tries to clarify things, I think people try to really pick holes, and try to just like find little loopholes in what he's saying rather than kind of hearing actually what he says. And just trying to say like, no, that's cap, because you already have a narrative that you want to set. There's a lot of people on YouTube pushing narratives, sensationalizing in their titles, and captions to get clicks, and it's just the truth. In terms of the way that he responded to that interview, if you look at the whole chat, and Doug, we had a conversation about this right on the panel.
Right.
If you look at that chat, even before he started responding to people in the chat was highly negative. And even if you see a comment in there, one of the comments was just like, hey, we want him to come back. We don't want to just be hateful and be mean to him. But like that chat was a total like pro Boots chat. That chat was extremely negative. All the comments.
Hold on, Pay. Let her finish, Pay.
I wasn't even talking to her. My bad, bro.
Well, she was talking. She was in the
I
middle
said my bad. I wasn't talking to her. I wasn't talking to the panel. I forgot I was still on my mic.
And then when he put the comments on.
Hello?
You going out? Is it just me or is she skipping away?
No.
Okay, can you go on mute? Just go on mute then. Go on mute. It's cool. Yeah, go on mute.
All right, go ahead. Go. You went out for a second. So go back to start from the chat and everything you were speaking on from that perspective.
Okay, so right. You can hear me though, right? You can hear me?
No, you good now.
You can hear me?
You good.
Okay, cool. So yeah, when he was putting the comments on the screen, the comments were very negative. And when I was looking, I'm like, you're conducting the interview. Why are you putting those comments up there? First of all, when the Boxing Voice or any other like YouTube channels, when they see like negative comments or there's like questions, and even if it's viewed negative, even Ness said this. Ness said he will rephrase the question just so he's able to get information from the person.
You're going in and out, sis. You're going in and out, sis. You're going in and out.
I
no,
can't
we
hear
can't hear you. We can't hear you.
We
can't hear you.
Person is
we
giving
can't hear you.
Time now.
Hold on, Bella.
Granted,
Bella,
Norman Sr. said he does.
Hold on, sis. Hold on, real quick. We can't. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can't hear nothing she's saying.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Let me come. Hold on.
Yeah, we hear you, Doug. Go ahead.
No, you going in and out, sis. You going in and out. So, like, I think I understand what you're saying, but we ain't heard it ain't complete. You know what I'm saying? You going in and out with your statement. So we're coming back to you. We're gonna come back to you in a second. Let me make sure I do things in the right order. As always, Frequent. Welcome to the show, my brother. Much love and respect. Give me your opening statements as far as what you think about the boxing dads living through their children. You know what I'm saying? Or are they pushing them to greatness? What's your thoughts on it?
Salute, Dub. Salute everybody on the panel.
To my brother, man.
Man, I think I see it different from most people do. I think that they doing what they supposed to be doing. You know, I think the these fathers supposed to be repping for their sons like that. You know, people saying, you know, complaining about them tearing down fighters or, you know, talking too much trash or whatever. But I think they supposed to do that. They supposed to be out here saying that these other fighters is trash and they son going, you know what I mean, beat all of them, you know. I don't think that is too much. I think and as far as, you know, saying that they need to let the fighters speak for themselves, I don't agree with that either. You know, I think, you know, these fathers are in positions where they're supposed to be promoting their sons, and so, you know, and in some cases, you know, the fighter themselves they don't really have a personality like that, you know, to just be talking a lot, you know. So, you know, if the fathers is enhancing their promotion or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Their sellability and everything of what they gonna do. You know, how many times we saw like Bill Haney or, you know, anybody or just a fighter themselves, you know, talk a lot of trash and saying they gonna knock somebody out and then get in there and they might beat them, but they don't knock them out. You know, but they hyping it up because that's what they supposed to do. You know, in my opinion, though, respectfully.
No, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. Troy, we're gonna come to you in a second. I got to get my brother teaching here. Got to see Bella real quick. Mic check, Bella.
Sorry, I had to get on my phone. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, you good. You good. I'm getting teaching here. Then we coming back to you. I'm gonna let you finish your point. After we get teaching here, then we're gonna go to Troy after Bella finish her point. Go ahead, teach. And real quick, welcome. Shout out to my. Correct me if I'm wrong, teach. Antiguan.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to my Antiguan brother, man. Salute to my brother. Go ahead, my brother.
Salute to you, Dub. Salute to the whole panel. So
you done heard the question. You done heard the question. Break it down for us.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, I don't think any of these fathers are living through their son. Right? I think they're pushing them, but I mean that could be a good or a bad thing, right? You know, when it's good, I mean, you have, you know, the loyalty and trust of your dad, right? The dads they're gonna have your back like more than anybody else, right? Like they're gonna develop you early, like you're gonna have stability, you know, at an early age, right? And some of these fathers, I mean, they you know, are a part of the business, right? But it could be bad when you have like egos, right? Like when a dad gets on the mic, like it can just hurt like your child pretty much. Just because, you know, they're taking up a lot of, you know, airtime and all that stuff. Example, Floyd Schofield Sr., he does that. T.O. Sr. does that too, right? Some of them just want to be, I guess, a part of their kids' training regimen. Like some of these fathers are like, they're trainers as well. It comes to T.O. Sr., it comes to Bill Haney, it comes to Floyd Schofield Sr., Brian Norman Sr. Like, I think T.O. Sr. is doing a bad job. And for the most part, I think Bill Haney is a good trainer. I think Brian Norman Sr. is a good trainer. And I think Floyd Schofield Sr., 50-50, right? He's good and bad when it comes to the training aspect. I mean, he does like help his son like early in the gym. But when it comes in the ring, he's good and bad. So, you know, are the fathers really bad? Nah, when it comes to Bill Haney, well, are the fathers really bad? It's again 50-50. When it comes to Bill Haney, he's just pushing his son, right? Getting his name out there, his marketability. So I think he does a good job with the business part of it. The other guys, not so much. But again, part of it also has to do with the negotiation as well, right? And we see how that happened with the Brian Norman situation.
Hold on, teach. You jumping ahead. Because we're gonna and that's gonna be the next. We're moving into that piece of it. Before I let you jump ahead, though, I want to let Bella finish. I want to get Troy in here, so let me let Bella finish. I'm gonna let Troy get in here. I'll open it up, and then I got a question for the panel as far as kind of what Teach was just talking about, the negotiations, those type of things, speaking for him. I want to get into that, but I want to go ahead, Bella. Once again, I think you didn't string your mic up. I said it respectfully.
Yeah.
So finish making your point. We got to get my brother Troy in here, and then I got to ask this question. We got to go to Paige next.
Yep. Okay. So in terms of just going back to what I was saying. So the boxing dads, I just think that this is the entertainment business. And they're going to be doing these interviews, these YouTube interviews, and the way fans are going to pick a side, right? To me, it turns into something completely different when they're giving their time to, YouTube channels, giving information, and these, YouTubers are, getting the information. If you say something doesn't make sense, that's one thing, but for you to then say, something doesn't make sense, you're not a boxer, you're not a trainer, you're not in the rooms when they're negotiating. So you automatically deem that this person is lying. You go in your videos sensationalizing captions and things like that, saying, this is all cap and duck this and duck. It's a big movement that's happening on YouTube with these YouTubers. And then when you have guys, that interview that happened with Norman Sr., to be completely honest, at the end, a lot of you can't really tell somebody how to react when they're being disrespected. It's like he gave his time to do the interview. He's answering the questions, and then even we just found out on shout out to Shawa on Shawa's interview she did with him that
she had a hell of an interview
that
over there.
specific interviewer, like that specific YouTuber, asked him to do the interview. And was, it's just like, come on, bro. Like, you when after the interview is over, it's just not professional, and it's not something that you should do. That's just my opinion. But people, they develop, they get better at things like that, like interviewing, and understanding that, these boxing dads who are trainers, they got their sons to the elite level. So who the hell is anybody in the chat who is not a boxer, who isn't a trainer, who probably doesn't even have LA Fitness or Planet Fitness memberships, to tell these people that, they're doing something wrong with their son, or they're, your son, you capping, you ducking. Were you in the negotiation room? Did you see the pay stubs? Do you know these things about boxing? Or are you just following a YouTuber that you heard and you're not deciphering for yourself what it actually is? That's just my opinion. But, shout out to the boxing dads. They got to do a lot of work to get their sons to be champions. And so I respect them all. So, that's just my opinion.
I ain't mad at it. Troy Graham, welcome to the show. If y'all don't know, and this falls right into Troy's wheelhouse, because Troy, once again, and y'all go check the show out. He has the Father Show, you know what I'm saying, that he's doing, and I'll let him tell you the days he's doing it on. But I think this falls right into his wheelhouse. Troy also has boxed before, so Troy, same question. What do you think about the boxing fathers, the dads today? Are they living through their children, or are they pushing their children to greatness? Welcome to the show, my brother.
All right, thank you. All right, well, since you mentioned it, let me just mention it real quick, and then I'll
absolutely let them know where to find you at. Let them know where to find you.
All right, well, it's the Troy Graham Experience, and the show is called Daddy's Lounge. It comes on Mondays, Wednesday, Fridays at 6:30. Yeah, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, and I sound like I'm congested like crazy, don't I?
You do. You sound sick. You sound sick.
Yeah,
Are you
but
sick? Well,
yeah.
Get well soon.
I slept with my windows and fans open. yeah, but listen, I kind of see it a different way. Listen, I kind of see from a different way. If you take the fathers out their life, we're not having this conversation about them, right?
Agreed.
So it's kind of like, as fans, you have to look at things. You have to look at things like this. You can't have one without the other, which is why I don't judge. I mean, because if you take them out the picture, we don't hear about the Haneys We don't hear about the Normans, who've been on your show, right?
Right.
We don't hear about the Schofields and their or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Felix Trinidad, we don't hear about him. Roy Jones, we don't hear about him. So you take the good with the bad, and you keep it trucking. But I think a lot of fans live through these fighters, and then they get all then they get all wrapped up in them and all that, and that's why we're really having this conversation. I don't think it's the fathers a lot. I think it's the fans. You have some very sensitive fans out there. And the last thing, how come we never hear about the boxing moms? Because there's boxing moms out there that have trained their sons and all that. But
Hold on.
I can hear him. Can y'all hear?
Did
Yeah,
he
I
cut
can
out?
hear
Did he
him.
cut out? Did he cut
Yeah,
out? Or is that me?
he cut out.
Yeah, he cut out.
He said, "What about the boxing moms?" I heard him.
No, he said that, but I thought he had.
He was.
Troy,
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
saying something else after that.
hold on, real quick. Troy, are you there? Are you there?
No. I wasn't saying nothing after that. I actually went on mute.
Okay, cool. So I and I'll let the panel respond accordingly to that. Anybody got anything on hearing about the boxing moms?
No, I think that's a really good point, but I think that goes to the rest of our points, right? If there are moms that are out there training their sons, why they ain't doing an interview every 2 seconds?
We just injected a new element into it. I ain't see no moms training nobody.
I ain't seen it.
I will tell you, there are moms that train their son, or that's in their son's corner helping them out. There are moms that do that.
Boots mom for sure in this corner.
Well, she may be.
I ain't never see Boots mom in this corner.
Boots mom ain't training. Hold on. The man, he spoke on training, and I think and we watched. Even I believe it was Raymond Ford. I believe that was his wife. We watched women being corners and things like that. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Troy. You were asking specifically about training, or are you just making it a broad statement as to the mothers in boxers' lives? Let me ask that question, Troy. You're on mute.
Yes, sir. Well, no. I was talking about the moms that are in the same, the same positions as the fathers we're talking about.
So we're talking more training and managing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you have any examples of who those would be? Because I've never seen them, and I would love to know who they are.
I could find out by Google, but the problem is I'm on my
phone. How you gonna say it and you ain't got nobody in mind?
I don't have anybody in mind, but I know they're out there. And you know how I know that? Because I talked to. I had a lady on my show. Her name is.
Who? You don't have to tell me her name.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Don't tell me her name. Just tell me who she was training and managing. Who? What child? Respectfully.
Well,
I said that respectfully.
No. She was a Well, she's a trainer presently. She's a trainer. Actually, two of them are trainers presently. One's in Baltimore, and that's Miss Robinson. She's the first female trainer to own a gym.
But are they sons? But are they?
Fighters not at elite levels.
Hold on. Are there sons or daughters at an elite level right now? That's the question. And I'm not trying to shit on nobody. I'm trying to be in order.
Well, I'll give you one. The Figueroa's mother.
Oh.
Figueroa's mother is a trainer.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she trains her son and her daughter.
Brandon Figueroa?
I'm not sure if it's Brandon. Matter of fact, I'll tell you exactly who it is. She trains her son.
You just Googled this thing.
It sounds like we pulling up unicorns now, bro.
Be quiet. She trains Sylvia. She trains Sylvia and the youngest son.
Who is the youngest Figueroa?
Yeah, it's a younger son.
Amazing.
It's a unicorn, bro.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Hey, and I ain't got no problem with it. I'm just saying, it just seemed like you pulled some shit up You Googled some shit. That's all it
Don't
seems.
do that, Dub. Don't.
I believe.
I'm just telling.
No.
Can I be? I can't be honest. Why I can't be
No,
honest?
whether I Googled it or not, if I tell you of some actual mothers that's training them,
I'm
you
not.
wouldn't know
Right.
because they're the amateur.
It's a
No. That's
unicorn
not
though,
what I.
bro. A
But that's not
unicorn.
what I'm saying. My whole thing. My whole point is. My whole point when I say that is that what we're talking about right now, and I only reason I said it that way is because I think Troy tried to take us off into left field. He tried to make it about women, and no, we talking about boxing dads right now, and I think. Well, and all I'm saying, I think he tried to take that. That's the only reason I had to say it the way I said it, and I apologize to you, Free. You know you're my brother, but I mean, I can tell when a nigga googling shit. You can tell when I'm googling
I
shit.
didn't say I didn't Google it. I said that, but I said if I tell you about some actual mothers that I do know,
but that ain't the question.
D3, you asked me what a unicorn is, though, bro.
That's off the point. Hold on. That's off the point. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. The conversation was being moved. I want to get back to where we're at right now because we're not talking about. And shout out to all the boxing moms. Shout out to them. We're talking about boxing dads and those individuals who brought their children to the high. Well, I ain't gonna say the highest level, but the top level of boxing. That's what we're talking about.
And I was gonna hit on something that
Go ahead.
Frequent said. That Frequent said.
Go ahead.
He said that he believes that they should be out here saying these fighters are trash and their sons is this, their sons is that. I don't think they should. Now, what I will say, if I'm gonna give a pass to any of the fight,
hold on, say that again. Hold on, he said what?
Explain why though, bro.
Hold on.
Why would you want to put your son's opponent down so he doesn't get the credit for the opponent? That's for first and foremost. I don't ever want to see a fighter that I'm about to fight. I'm not going to go out here and put him down so I don't get no credit for beating him. I want to get all the credit. I want everybody to think that he's got a chance of beating me. So when I beat him, I get the credit for beating him. I don't want to put him down. But the next thing that I was going to say is, if I was going to give anybody a pass on being able to say something about their son, it will be Bill Haney because he is a promoter for his son. The rest of them are trainers. Yeah. The rest of them are trainers.
Well, that real quick, Freak.
Can I respond to that?
I'm gonna let you. Hold on, I got you. I'm gonna let you respond. I want to say this real quick, Freak. According to Schofield Senior, he's a promoter now as well. According to him,
no daggone promoter.
Hold on. I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is.
I'm not going by what he said because he's not a promoter.
Okay, let me just. I got you. According to him, he's a promoter, so he can't say certain things. He can't move a certain way now. According to him, I'm not saying me. And go ahead.
I'm not listening to what according to what he said because we know he's not a promoter. We know Oscar is the promoter.
Right.
We know he's not the promoter. Where's Schofield's promotion at? We never seen it.
Hey, look, the man literally said, well, if they was able to offer us this fight, then Oscar obviously approved it. I said, damn. Okay, well, shit, Oscar, that's your promoter. But
then why is Oscar acting like he don't know nothing about it?
Hold on, what Oscar said about that?
He said he didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But what I'm gonna say,
go ahead, Pate. And I gotta let Freaker respond to D, but go ahead, Pate.
Oh no, go ahead then.
No, go. It's on you.
No, I was gonna say, bro, but sometimes, like I said, y'all say it's good for that, but at the same time, take the father out of the picture and put the son into that interview or on the big platforms and I feel like we'll get to know that man's personality more. We can understand him more, bro. I'm not no different than when Bill went on Vlad TV. You put Devin on there, bro. Like, I feel like that'll get his name out there. We talking about grown men, bro.
Now I have to give him credit because Cigar Talk, they didn't have an interview together. Bill had an interview, Devin had an interview with Cigar Talk. So they did that separately. I have to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. That's why I'm not disagreeing with it, but I'm saying, like, if we can't. I want to hear more from the fighters, bro. Like, we used to get mad as fuck We used to get mad as fuck when Floyd Mayweather used to always always talking for Tank.
Over Tank. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? We wanted to know how that nigga feel, what he thinking, or what he got on his mind type shit. And I feel like it's the same way with some of these dads.
Can I respond to B3 now before we get too far away from it? Because
go ahead.
I think I'm about to forget what he said.
I'm going to you, Frequent, then I'm going to Ty. Go ahead, Frequent. My apologies. Go ahead.
From what you said, B3, I think that's like a opposite way of looking at it, like a backwards way of looking at it. You're saying that you don't think that the fathers should be talking trash and downing the fighters before their son fight them, and saying that that's going to diminish their opponent. I think you're supposed to talk trash and down them before the fight and tell them you're going to bash their face in. You know, my son going to kick his A. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. And then after the fight, if you beat that fighter, then that's when you don't talk trash on them or down them or whatnot, because then it diminishes your feat. You know what you did. You know, that's the model. Hold on, let me finish. And that's the model that it seemed like Floyd Mayweather took. You know, he did the same, and Muhammad Ali, all the greats.
Hold on.
Y'all can respond after.
Wait a minute. Listen, and I know y'all. Hey, listen, get a pen and pad out. Okay, cause everybody can't respond to the brother, and we gotta let the brother finish. Get a pen and pad out, and I say that respectfully. And now, I have to say this.
This is outrageous. I want order.
We gotta have order, in this motherfucker. We gotta have order now. So let Frequent finish. And I'll allow y'all to respond accordingly. Write his points down if you have to, so you make sure you in order when you respond. Now, that's all I'm saying. We gotta let the brother finish. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, they said they jumping to say no, they didn't. But Muhammad Ali called Joe Frazier a gorilla. You know what I'm saying? And you know, all he did was talk smack and talk about, you know, he pretty, can't nobody beat him and all of that stuff. You know, Floyd Mayweather did the same thing, but after he beat the person, then he'll give them their props and say, you know, how good they are and stuff like that to try to boost what he did. You know, you're going to talk trash. You're going to talk trash to the fighter to build the fight. You know, you said he this. You said you could do that. You gonna do that to him, and so now people are anticipating you doing that. You know, they waiting for the fight, and then after the fight happens, is when you don't supposed to talk trash. Well, unless you just don't like that fight, you know, you just don't like them.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but the problem with what you're saying is you're talking about fighters that's talking to another fighter. We're talking about the fathers. That's the problem that I have with it. I have no problem with fighters trash talking back and forth between each other. That's what they're supposed to do to build up the fight. But when you have the fighter saying this fighter is trash, he don't even belong in a ring with my son, that's putting down that fight. It's putting down that fight. It's not drawing eyes to the fight. It's putting down the fight. Why do I have to watch it if he already telling me he don't belong in the ring with with his son? He's a trash fighter. His son shouldn't be in the ring with him. Why would I want to buy it? Now, if the two fighters going back and forth, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to show you ain't this level, I'm going to show you ain't that level, that's two fighters going at it. That's building the fight. But when you got one father that's a trainer talking about another fighter and putting that fighter down, that's not building the fight. That's hurting the fight.
I ain't mad at it. I think. Well, real quick, I will let you respond.
Hey,
I will let you respond. I'm about to send it to you, sis. I will let you respond, but we can't listen to y'all argue the whole time. So I'm going. I got to get Mr. Chapman in here. So, Mr. Chapman, we coming to you in a second. Bella, go ahead.
Well, actually, I was before her because you told me I could have to go.
I'm out of order. I apologize. I'm out of order. Ty,
No, it's
Bella.
okay. I just didn't want you to forget about me because I ain't gonna write down a
you
damn
good.
thing, but I don't want to forget what I was gonna say.
No, hey, you right hand.
Yeah,
You right
it's,
hand.
it's I mean, as far as the frequent is saying, I don't really agree with that because if you're putting a fighter down before you fight him, I mean, then it's gonna be looking like, what are you doing in the ring with him? Then we're all of a sudden gonna be calling cherry pick this, cherry pick that. Why can't you still show respect to your opponents and get in there and do what you gotta do? Like I think that nowadays and to D's point, why are these Dub, I can't stand when you clout chase another person, right? Like, so build your name on your own opponents. Why do you have to attach yourself to somebody else to put spotlight on you? Because I think that that's what happens with some of these fathers. You keep tank, boost, and then when you get an interview or you do an interview or you grant somebody an interview, whatever you want to call it, and all they want to talk about is that, you get upset. But that's who you attach yourself to. Outside of that, I mean, are we really going to even talk about you? We got to be honest. Outside of you attaching yourself to somebody else that has a little more star power to you, or you wouldn't be attaching yourself to them at all, then would we talk about you? And if the answer is no, then why aren't you having your son build his own name without hitching his star wagon or whatever to somebody else? But that's just a pet peeve of mine that I really can't stand. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't see Abdullah Mason doing that. I don't see his father doing that. When Abdullah Mason does interviews, you see Abdullah Mason doing interviews. He's asked questions. I don't know if he's been media trained, but he dodges little trap questions very well. So, I mean, there really is no excuse for these other fathers. They're in the limelight, always doing interviews because that's what they want to do. They don't have to do that. There's a way to promote your son. When you get in front of a camera or you get in front of a microphone, talk about your son's upcoming fight. Why are you talking about somebody he's not even fighting? You giving that shine. You should be talking about your son, his next opponent, and whatever your son got going on. Leave other fighters out of it until you get a fight made. And for God's sake, stay off the goddamn internet with these damn negotiations. Who does that?
Yeah.
First thing you do is run the social media talking about what somebody offered you and then wonder why somebody called you a duck when the shit fall through. These are your fault. This is your fault. All you gotta do is be quiet.
I agree.
And let your son's facts speak for themselves. Let your sons work in the ring speak for themselves. If you're asked a question, you can politely decline. You don't have to. You don't have to answer this because they asked you. That's their job, to be messy. If you don't want to partake in that, then guess what? You won't.
I ain't mad at it, sis. I ain't mad at it. Real quick, Bella, we about to come to you. Let me get Mr. Chapman in here. And Paige, you know what I gotta call you now. You Deacon Paige now. You Deacon Paige in my book now. Deacon Paige is in the hey, bless him, Pastor. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, shout out to my brother Deacon Paige.
Hey, let the church say amen.
Hey, ain't mad at you. Mr. Chapman, welcome to the show. If y'all don't know, man, and Mr. Chapman, I got to tell you real quick, I'm mad at you because I ain't got invited to a baseball show yet. I ain't got invited.
A baseball show?
Okay, maybe I'm out of order.
No. We ain't did one yet, but whenever we do one, baby boy, you know you did.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm waiting for it.
Who that? Tommy Hill was good.
Mr.
Tommy
Chapman,
Hill on chill, baby boy. Tommy Hill on chill. What it do, frequent?
Hey, Mr. Mickey Freaky in the building, man.
Mickey.
Oh no, my sister Bella. Anyway,
Make sure
go
you
ahead,
do.
Mr. Chapman.
Man, who bounced?
Make sure you do a show in the Negro Leagues, man. Please. All right.
For sure, Josh.
Make sure you do a show in the Negro Leagues and tell that history.
All right,
that's the truth.
Mr. Chapman, real quick, let me get you in here. You done heard us talking about these boxing fathers.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on it? Man, hey, go wherever you want to go with it, man. Wherever you want to go.
You know what, bro? I'm never going to condemn somebody for being a dad to their child. I think that if you're going to be on the business end of it, then you got to conduct yourself in an orderly fashion or in a fashion as a businessman. And I think sometimes, those lines get blurred. And as such, you see some people doing certain things. Now, am I mad at them for doing what they do? Only when they denigrate or put down somebody else to try to build their fighter up, their son up. I don't think you have to do that. I think, like Ty said, you let the body of work speak for itself.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You just push out the product. The product is, hey, look, you got this. This man got this. He's done did this. And he's willing to take on all comers, and we want comers to come our way, so that way we can see how tough we are and how tough they are, and where let the chips fall where they weigh. But we got some people out there just doing anything for clicks, likes, subscriptions, views, and all that stuff. My man just got through saying, I just threw a number out there just to see what y'all would say. Like, why the fudge would you do some stuff like that? Neither one of you Mickey Frickies done ever touched over 500K, and you're talking about 2.5? That's the price? You coming off not even a contest? And that's the price? Because yesterday's price is not the same day as today's price. Yeah, that's true of other folks. That's true of Lamont Roach. That's true of, hell, even Josh Padley, because on short notice, he went up in there and he performed. Your son was out there getting frisked and then hooked up to ventilators and whatnot for we don't even know what. Then the very next day, my man out there doing kettlebells that don't mix him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I apologize for cutting you off. And I criticize fathers in general. You know what I'm saying? I want to be critical of them. I gotta say this. Schofield Sr., this man said Shakur ripped this nigga passport up, or he said that the man called the SWAT team on them for harboring kids.
Yeah, that
He
shit.
said, hold on, wait a minute, I ain't done. He said that drugs was, they called the police on him for drugs and planted drugs in the car.
Wait, hold on. He said something about
wait a
kids.
minute. Hold on. Let me finish. And then came out and said the only reason that he was late, he didn't go to jail that night because the tow truck driver was the one who told the police. I'm just saying, this shit is ridiculous.
Don't forget about the ninja lady masseuse, man.
Hold on,
you forgot that.
Hold on, I ain't done yet. Then the man come out and say, well, they put, well, I ain't gonna say, they had the masseuse over there that put rub whatever on kid also. And
that magic cream.
The magic cream. Put him in the hospital. All I'm saying is this. Bro, you said all this crazy shit. And when we had the opportunity to interview the brother. The first thing that was said, and I mean, if I never get another interview with him, I'll be fine. Shout out to my brother BVO. Shout out to BVO. All I'm trying to tell you is them questions are off limit. No, we can't answer none of that because the lawyer said we. Hold on, wait a minute. So your lawyer's telling you can't answer questions about niggas that according to you got police reports on this.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
All I'm saying is this is some of the most outrageous shit. Hold on. Give him the drop. You gotta give him the drop. We gotta say this.
Give him the drop.
And you already know what it is.
This is outrageous. Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
Hey,
if I ain't ever heard bullshit in my life, this some bullshit.
Yeah, nah, for real. Cause anybody know, man, I don't give a fuck who you is. Nigga, if a police find some motherfucking drugs,
you going to jail.
The tow truck driver can't tell the police nothing.
You can't tell no tow truck driver can't say shit, nigga.
Hold on, Pay. The man
Pay cooking right now.
Hold on, the man said he literally said, well, the legal actions happening. Hold on, ain't nothing legal. Hold on, Free, and I gotta get your opinion because we know you the police. So
yeah, he's definitely the expert in this.
I say that respectfully. He know better than anybody.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I done dealt with the police. Nigga, I can tell them anybody think anything. The tow truck driver still gonna tow the shit out my car. It's $150. It's $150 to get that motherfucker out of impound.
And don't let it go over the weekend.
And they gonna lock my ass up. They gonna lock me up.
You're definitely not going home.
Ain't
no Alonzo's.
There is no legal shit happening when I'm dealing with the police at that current moment in time.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If that would have happened according to what he said, according to his story, he would have went to jail, and the tow truck driver would have went to jail for accessory.
Facts.
Hey, we liking a tow truck driver.
Yeah, bro.
If you telling me
with investigation,
he's going to jail for accessory.
You want to go home or you want to go to jail?
Hey, hold on.
How you going to explain all these drugs right here? You saying it's not his, so if it's not his, it must be yours. It's only y'all two here.
Hold on, Free. How you knew the drugs was in the car? You the tow truck driver.
Wait. Say that one more again, though, Free. Say that one more again. Say that one more again.
It's only y'all two. How all this drugs get in here? You saying it's not his, so you must know how it got here.
Right.
So you going to jail too.
Hey,
two niggas with a lot of drugs.
Hey, Free, don't forget the fact that a nigga, bro, how the fuck would they know the drugs in there without you giving them consent to search the car? Why would you do like that? Sounds stupid.
Hey, what tow truck driver you know searching cars?
Exactly.
Hey, so Free, in your long line of experience, bro, when did you ever touch a hood to determine whether or not that bitch moved?
I'm gonna tell you how you know it's a lie. Because if the police pull you over or they search your car, the tow truck don't just happen to be on the scene. They get called by the police.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Free. Hold on. In your opinion, he said that they had it was a prank call. According to him, it was a prank call. And it had the SWAT team roll up on him, put the kid off in the head, put the gun. I'm not saying that. This is what he said.
But Dub, are you not?
I never heard him say that. I never heard him say that.
Y'all laughing though, but maybe he was in the Twilight Zone, man.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, Bella. Ask that question again. I think I heard what you said. Say that again, Bella.
But Dub, bright side, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I'm
not.
But this is the crazy part. I am entertained. I'm very entertained. Like this is, even though I think it's some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard, it's very entertaining.
I'm glad he didn't say it to me because I'd have been like, you're lying.
Yeah.
So y'all saying nothing never happened to y'all that y'all was like, dang, ain't nobody never gonna believe this when I tell this. That never happened to y'all.
Hold on. It's not about, and I don't believe it happened.
Yeah, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen.
But am I entertained? Absolutely.
Yes.
And you know what's so funny? That's exactly what he's there for. Entertainment.
Exactly.
And one of the things, hold on, let me finish. One of the things that I didn't realize is Bill Haney. Shout out to Bill. Bill has done a and whether it's Kid Austin, I know. And this is why I have to ask the question. This is why I have the question presented the way it is, because I think that they think. And it is true. I ain't gonna lie to you. It is true. We done talked about Kid Austin more in the last since Schofield Sr. came out and said that bullshit when he did the whole bullshit with the Pope. All of that keeps Kid Austin name relevant. And I will say, I disagree with it. I won't. If it's up to me, I want my son's name to be relevant because of what the work he put in and what he put on whatever sport, soccer, basketball, baseball, football. He kind of do a little bit of everything. Anyways, whatever he wants to do, I want your name to be great because of the performance you put out there. Right? Mm-hmm. At the same time, in boxing, niggas fight 2 times a year, especially once you done became champion.
I got a question for you, bro.
Let me finish. I'm long-winded than a motherfucker.
And after he get his question off, let me finish too.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna let y'all do all of that, but y'all know I'm long-winded than a motherfucker.
Hey, don't get your breath.
Well, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I ain't gonna lie to you. So all I'm saying is that It's effective. It's very effective. It's out of order. Now the shit is all the way out of order, but the shit is effective. And sometimes out of order shit is the most effective shit that you can do. Do I agree with it? No. Do I think that they're trying to build? And if you look at these five, they're the heads of the quote unquote promotional brand. According to Kid Austin, he a promoter or kid or Schofield, excuse me, Schofield Senior. He a promoter according to him. According to Bill Haney, a promoter, right? They're using this leverage and the outrageousness because this shit is outrageous. They're using it to promote, and the only problem I have with it is that you paint your sons in the corners they shouldn't be painted in with fans. And hey, sometimes, and if you've noticed it, Norman Jr., Devin Haney, what they said now, they came out and said, hey, we accept being the villain. These niggas shouldn't be no fucking villains. Matter of fact, as the black community, we should be praising these individuals if we going strictly off of them in the ring. They're villains not because of what they do in the ring. They're villains because their father.
The shit that their father does. Yeah.
And so
but let me ask you a question. You said that you're entertained, right? You said that it's very entertaining. Do you respect it?
No.
Okay. Is that going to translate somehow into dollars for the Haneys?
It will.
Being entertained by their shenanigans? How? Because as you can see, they're on a undercard of a drug team, so y'all say, and they're not promoting their own fights.
Hold on. Did you say so y'all? Hold on. Did you say so y'all say? Did you say that?
That's what I said. Yes, that's what I said.
Ryan Garcia ain't a drug chief?
Not in my opinion, but again, we all have differences of opinion.
All right, okay.
But, you're right. And Bella, you're right. I was talking about the scope because I'm sorry. I had Bill Haney in my head. See, that's how awful they all are. But I don't see how that translates to dollars for any of them. And as to Bella's point, as black men, why would you want to masquerade and parade around like that? If y'all want somebody to be so proud of y'all as black fathers and getting y'all sons to what y'all consider the pinnacle of boxing, why are y'all masking or raiding like this? Why are y'all doing this? Bill, you know you a damn liar. It's not our fault that we have long memories. We can pull up any tape on any given day and compare stories and see that one of them is not the truth.
I still ain't found one lie they claiming he said.
You wouldn't
recall saying that.
Hold, y'all out of order. Let her finish.
You don't recall saying what?
Hold on.
I couldn't hear her.
Let her finish.
You don't recall saying what, Bella?
That was me that said that.
No, she said she don't recall saying that. I was asking her what don't she recall saying.
Oh, I thought you said something about masquerading black men.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. No, I said to your point about the black fathers. But then I said, I was talking about all of them in general. But when you were saying about the black men, how we're all against them or something to that effect. I can't remember your exact words.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's my point. Why are y'all masking a rating? Why are y'all doing this? Y'all know y'all be lying most of the damn time. Why? Just to be in front of the camera? And if your son is shy, or if your son does not want to get in front of the camera, why do you take it upon yourself to get in front of the camera and do nothing that is going to help further their career? Nothing that is going to help further their image in a positive way.
Hold on. Now, I got to ask you this. Where was this smoke for Teofimo Sr.? What was the smoke for him?
I got plenty of smoke. You know I do, because I told you last night. I got plenty of smoke for that cokehead too. So let me know when we get there.
We there now.
Okay, yeah. They need to sit his ass down and done with. Now I have not seen him talk as much, but I have seen him mixing it up with some of the boxers. Didn't they jump him outside of Keyshawn Gym or something like that? Why are you even?
They should have.
Hold on, Troy, did you say they should have?
They say he dropped the N-bomb or something like that.
The man, and the
Yeah,
man
oh
ain't
yeah,
supposed
yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah,
jumped
yeah,
though.
yeah.
He ain't
I
supposed to
don't
get
know.
jumped, bro. He ain't supposed to get
But
jumped.
Ryan didn't get jumped, and he did worse than that.
Well,
That's my ninja.
Just a
All
little
right.
inconsistency,
Let me
bro.
let me let me
But
let me let me get some order to the show. Let me get some order to the show. Bella, go ahead. We got to get Troy in here. I got to get Frequent in here. Got to get Thomas going back to D Free. Bella, it's on you, sis. We're starting with you, and we're gonna spin the block accordingly. And y'all know I'm gonna
Yeah,
be out of order regardless.
yeah. Like after I make this point, I'll probably hop off. But yeah, the boxing dads, right? In terms of pushing their sons, I just don't. I kind of don't separate the two, right? Like I don't say like, well, because the boxing dads are on YouTube doing interviews, even if they say like their son will beat another fighter, right? Um, I don't really separate like I don't think that I think that they can talk trash in interviews and say things in interviews, but then also like we don't have to say that they're putting their sons down because they're doing this in interviews or they're overshadowing the work of their sons because they're doing interviews and they're talking trash in an interview. At the end of the day, this is boxing. Boxing is really a series of business deals. This is entertainment. Yes, it is a sport, but mainly these are business deals being done, and their fighters have to be promoted. Promoters. Some promoters are better than others. Some promoters, promote other fighters better than others. If your dad is doing an interview and talking trash about an opponent, wouldn't you, actually, and to be completely honest, when D Free was talking about like a dad putting down the fighter's opponent, when I was remember Norman Senior when he did the video talking about like, can I get a bag of Reggie? And this was after I believe Jerron Ennis's performance. He was just like, that was just mad regular or whatever. We all can see that Jerron Ennis is not Reggie at all. Jerron Ennis is the real deal, but he could talk trash about Jerron Ennis and say that he believed the performance was Reggie. And we don't look down on Jerron Ennis because he said that. We're looking forward to it now, and it adds more like it adds more spice, it adds more flavor to the fight for whenever it happens. I don't look at it as, well, the father's putting down the opponent, so it's like, why do we want to see them fight? That's not how I look at it. I feel like we can look at everything in its totality, right? Like, yeah, the fathers, they're talking trash, but like, so for example, you want to say Norman Senior's talking trash, right? But also Brian Norman Jr. is knocking Ish out the park. I can see the body of work being done, but I can also see Norman Sr. in interviews also building up his son, talking about future opponents in the future, talking about the business, talking trash. I don't understand why fans they keep like trying to separate the two as if this is not all in the business, that is boxing, whether it's the father, Bill Haney, talking trash about an opponent, or, shout out to, DHP, Devin Haney Promotions. There's a lot of work that went into, Devin Haney having his own, having his own promotional company, having DHP. And you got to give Bill Haney credit for that instead of just saying, well, all he does is lie on the internet. This is boxing. This business is very shady. And trust me, things that you believe on YouTube, you don't know. There are the interweb of boxing and how these fighters get paid, deals being done, the shadiness, the cutthroatness of it all. Trust me, you think you know something. You don't know what these promoters' true intentions are, why they're sending out deals, why they're rejecting deals, and what the bigger, pictures are. But you're going to have your own narratives that, a lot of people on YouTube have their own narratives that they push and try to make it seem like all these boxing dads, oh my God, they're just talking for their sons. They're so evil, blah, blah, blah. Oh, trust me, this is a very evil business that these boxers and these boxing dads, and specifically a lot of these black fighters, that they have to maneuver through and push through to get to the championship level. And most of them are going to fall in order to get there. So I'm not going to, me as a fan, I'm not a boxer, I'm not a trainer, I don't work in the business of boxing. I just really love boxing. So who the hell am I to tell this boxing dad what he's doing for his son is wrong? Or, you know what I mean? I just feel like it's not my place. So when I hear these things,
I don't think
people on the internet, being negative and saying that, like, it's fine to have your opinion. It's another thing to call this man a dumbass or to call this man this, that, and the third and be negative off rip. And then when he reciprocates to you the energy that you had or your chat had or you have, it's like, don't cry wolf now. Folks are going to reciprocate the energy that you bring to them. So yeah, boxing, I'm just telling you, this business, I've read a lot about this business. I've heard a lot about this business, things that I have to decipher myself and do actual research myself. But at the end of the day, I'm not in the negotiation rooms. At the end of the day, I don't know these things to be fact. I know what's reported, I know what's in articles, but who the hell am I to tell you that you are lying to me? And you've been in this business for decades, or you've been a boxer or a trainer for decades.
Well,
so
I can answer that for you, Bella. I think
Keep cooking, bro.
who
No, let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it moving. Everybody got to talk.
I think
Go
that
ahead, Ty. Go ahead, Ty.
when you say who are you to tell somebody how they should behave, the person you expect to buy your fights, the person you expect to be behind your son. And I'm sorry, no, I'm not in the business of boxing either. No, I don't know anything about these negotiations, but I have eyes, and I can put two and two together. And I know when a motherfucker lying to my face or telling me some shit that he wants me to believe versus what a couple days later he may do, may not do. You're right. He can go in front of the camera tomorrow and say this, and the third, and then get a phone call right after that. The problem comes when all you do is get in front of the camera, and then you're right. The energy that some give you will reciprocate. But when you also invite that kind of energy by lying, making up things, clout chasing, you can't expect people to receive you in a positive way when all you put out is negativity. You have a lot of Boots fans that are not a fan of you putting him down, Reggie and this and that. Well, then fight him. Stop attaching your son to him. If your son is that great, then let him stand on his own 2 feet. Why attach him to another boxer? Because then you're inviting the comparisons. You're inviting that into a competition. And if I were him, I would be upset every time I do an interview or I'm asked to do an interview. And the first thing you do is ask me about another man. What about me? I'm here to do an interview about my son. That's my problem with these boxing dads. Right. Every time y'all do an interview, y'all got to bring up somebody else's name. I would be insulted if I took my daughter out here to all her track meets, and every time they ask me something, hey, so what's up with this person? Nah, we talking about my kid and her star power. This is who is it. Damn, what's happening over there? I ain't gotta mention nobody else because guess what? She is.
And to be honest, bro, we gotta keep it a buck, bro. Cause like I get what Bella's saying, but in a way, Brian Norman Sr. brought that shit on himself, bro. To be honest, like if we gonna keep it all the way above, we gotta keep it a buck, bro. Cause wasn't nobody really talking about no negotiations or no shit like that until he got on the camera and started bringing this shit out to the public. And then the crazy part about it, you try to critique a fighter that you had the opportunity to fight, but then you turn the offer down. Like that shit, that sound crazy, bro. So you saying he Reggie, he this, he that, but then you had the opportunity to fight him and you didn't fight him. So hell yeah, people gonna be on your ass about stuff that you say.
Man, I think people be getting too caught up in being too vested in their favorite fighter. I think that's what it is because a lot of times, we hear these fathers talking for their sons and everything, and people be mad that they're talking for them, but at the same time, like he just said just now, he said, oh, you said, he Reggie and he this and he that, but then when you had a chance, you didn't fight him. But I thought he not the fighter. He shouldn't be taught. He not the one that's about to fight him. So now you're holding Norman Jr. accountable for what Senior said. I look at him as the same person. Exactly. So don't try to separate them when you want to separate them. You can't pick and choose. That's his seed. That's the person that he's representing. That's the person that he's promoting. So look at him as one and the same. You can't.
I don't think he argued.
You picking and choosing when you want him to be able to represent his son. You're saying, oh, let the
What are you
son
talking about? I never said that nigga shouldn't represent his son. What are you talking about?
listen to me, and you'll hear what I'm saying.
Relax.
Yeah,
I think y'all
relax,
are
calm down,
agreeing.
bro.
Hold on.
You said something
I
that I
think
did
y'all
not
are
say.
agreeing.
Calm
Y'all are
down, bro.
agreeing. Y'all have
Yes,
agreed. Y'all have
No, but
agreed
he
on
said
this.
something I did not say.
But
you literally just said.
hold on. Overall, even though he might be out, he a tad bit out of order. But at the same time, I think y'all agreeing with each other. I think y'all are agreeing.
No, but he basically
No,
saying
No, this
they are not.
I can't
No,
pick
they
and
are not.
choose. He basically saying
we're not
I'm picking and
agreeing,
choosing
definitely.
when I want to separate the. I never said that, bro. I always said that. I said that I rather put the fighter in the father's position to talk for itself. That's the only time I ever said something about separation.
Exactly. So what's the difference then? So if you put it on Brian Norman Jr., what his dad said, then what's the difference? Why can't he talk for him?
What are you
It's just
talking
when he
about?
said, because you're saying you just said that
Bro, I said
Brian
they
Norman
could build
said
their
you
own
said
name. I said they could build their own name. So they could
you
the
just
person that's
okay,
doing
but
the
you just
interview.
said listen, you just said Brian Norman was talking about Boots being Reggie and all of that stuff, but when it came to him to fight him, you didn't fight him. Didn't you just say that?
Nigga, I never separated them though. What are you talking about?
You trying to separate him now. You saying that
How?
the fighter should talk for itself.
Wait a minute.
You just said that. What you
All right. We gotta
you can't be
I
it's
would
not
love to
rocket science, bro.
jump
You
in
can't
here,
just
but
slow, bro.
We gotta have
Yeah.
order. We gotta have order. Hold on. We gotta have order. So I would ask. I'm gonna let both of y'all get y'all points off, but I would ask this: make it
and
short.
then I'm gonna jump in if you don't
I
mind.
couldn't even talk for a couple runs before they
Bro,
jump
you
all
saying
in.
shit I did not say. You using one specific fighter that I'm speaking
We don't
about.
have to do this. We don't have to do this, y'all. Come on, man.
But what I'm saying is you using
hold on. You out of order, man. What I'm saying, I
Out of
don't
order.
give a damn what you saying. You out of order. That's what I'm saying. Both of y'all out of order. So let's get back in order. And we can't get an understanding of the point that y'all trying to make because y'all talking over each other. So, Pay, make your point, and then I'm gonna let
How he get to make his point and it was me talking?
Okay, you out of order. You out of order.
Come on.
Out of order.
How am I out of order? And I was talking and he jumped in on what I was saying. And now he get to talk.
You referring to me.
Hold on. All right, I got it. I'll do it. Fuck it. If this what we gotta do now, y'all know how I am. I try my best to look, just because I said go first, I'm gonna let a nigga go first, man. Chill, bro. You're gonna have the opportunity to respond. Relax.
He went before me though.
Who cares?
And
I do.
Okay, then if you care that much,
I'll go after all of y'all done arguing.
Well, shut the
I'll
hell
go
up
on
real
after
quick.
all
I'll say
y'all
that
arguing.
respectfully. Shut the hell up. And no disrespect to my brother Troy. I say that respectfully, Troy. I apologize to you. I'm out of order right now. Listen, I don't
Just
give
say
a
I'm
damn.
going on after they done arguing.
Man, you still talking. Now you out of order. So listen. Pay. Make your point. Matter of fact. Since
no, let him go since he being so
exactly. I got it. Since since he's so focused on making his point first, frequent. You got 45. Hold on. And now you out of order again. You got 45 seconds to make your point, man. We ain't got all day. We can't spend. We ain't gonna spend the show with y'all going back and forth.
I'm not even gonna respond.
I mean, I couldn't even get mine off before. You know what I'm saying?
You go now. Go ahead.
And I only get 45 seconds. It's good. But what I was saying, I guess someone had to say it again.
And go ahead, brother. Go
Come
ahead.
on, man. Be quiet. You out of order. Tell him, Dub.
You out of order, Troy.
All right, man. So he just said that Brian Norman Sr. was calling Boots Reggie and all of that stuff, and then he turned around and said, "But when it was time for you to fight him, you didn't fight him." But Brian Norman Jr. didn't say anything. So and Brian Norman Sr. is not the one who's going to fight him. Last I checked. So you're referring to them both as one and the same. He's speaking for him. So it's looking like you want him to speak for him when you're picking and choosing. You don't want him to tear down another fighter or talk trash about another fighter and everything. But when he talk trash, you want his son to back it up. You know, so you might as well just look at him as one and the same. That's his team. That's his son. He's doing the promotion. Even you might say he's not a promoter. Technically, he's not, but he's promoting his son, though. The promoters ain't doing nothing.
Well, that's your time. That's your time. Go ahead,
I'm
Paige.
not even gonna respond to him.
Thank
He got
Lord.
All right, thank you. Thank
Okay,
you,
good.
Jesus.
Then I can
I
come in.
said, and I appreciate it. Go ahead, Troy, and I gotta spin the block accordingly. Y'all out of order tonight, man.
Oh,
Y'all,
oh,
I gotta start giving
Topic
drop.
get
all
out of
right,
order at
good.
times. But
This is
All right, good.
outrageous. This is outrageous.
Go ahead, my
We
brother Troy.
getting too generalized when we say, yeah, we just get too generalized when we say black fathers, and all the things like that. And we also have to realize that we're not talking about children here. We're talking about men in their 20s and they're choosing to be quiet. Their fathers can't tell them to be quiet. They're choosing to be quiet, maybe because that's all a part of the plan they came up with when they got into boxing. Do you ever think about that? You can't tell a grown man to be quiet like that. I don't care. I got kids that go from 35 to 20, and I can't silence them. I can't silence them. So, how are these fathers telling these kids to be silent and they just and stop calling them children. These are grown men to be silent and they just being silent. What's that?
I ain't mad at it. We going back to my brother Free, going to Thomas Hill Bella next. Go ahead, Free.
Um, I don't know what Troy's talking about because if my mother tell me to be quiet, I'm gonna be quiet because if I know if I say another word, she
I'm
gonna
getting
slap
slapped
the
in the
dog
mouth.
shit out of
Hey,
me.
I'm getting slapped in the
So
mouth.
I don't.
How we all know that?
My son does the
Nah.
same thing. If I tell my son, I got a son that's 27. I'm sorry, 28. I got a son that's 25. I got two sons that's 22. If I tell them to be quiet, they know to shut their mouth. If they don't, they know it's going to be a
It
right
don't
hand
work
coming
like that
across
with
their
me because
chest.
they adults and I treat them as such.
I
They
understand that,
don't.
but I'm just telling you, my kids know. If I tell them to be quiet, I only tell my kids to be quiet because I'm fed up. And when I say be quiet, I mean be quiet because I'm looking at you as not as a child, as a grown man, so you get treated as a grown man. When I tell you be quiet, you be quiet. If you don't, okay, be expecting a left hook or a right hook coming across your chin. I told you to be quiet. But my whole thing is I look at this situation, at what we talking about, and the question that I have to the entire panel, because I don't really have a statement to make because I hear everything that everybody's saying. But my question is, with all these fathers doing what they doing and what we say they doing wrong, what they say they doing right, are these fathers showing these sons how to stand up for themselves, or are they fighting the battles for them? That's my question.
Great question.
I think, in my personal opinion, now I answer first and now I pass it around. I got to get my brother Thomas in here. I got to get Bella in here.
I'm not doing answer, play.
In my personal opinion, I think they fighting the fights instead of allowing their children to fight the fights. I think they fighting them, and I'm not saying every father. I'm not saying everyone, but at the same time, I think it's a complex question that you ask because these individuals still have to get in the ring. So you can never fight for an individual in the ring. When I'm speaking on fighting the fights for their children, I think they're doing it outside the ring. And in my personal opinion, I think you gotta let them grow in both aspects. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let them grow inside the ring and outside the ring. And so I don't think that.
And that's what I'm speaking to outside the ring.
And my whole thing is I can only speak from my perspective.
That's their job.
Nigga, well, damn that. Hey, shit. I know my son, and hey, he might get up there and say some crazy shit. It might happen. Get what? It's a learning experience for you. You're young, you can figure this shit out, and you can be better. But I want to give him the opportunity to figure that out. I'm not here to talk to. I can't talk for him. He can only give his experience, and so I understand. And I ain't gonna lie, I do think it's good because a lot of these fighters, going off of Free's point, a lot of these fathers are promoters, and it's their job to build their sons. It's that's part of their job with the role that they have embraced. So, and we watch. I said this earlier. Junior ain't been more talked about than this man talked about on a daily basis on YouTube. YouTube is where boxing live, in my personal opinion. I think y'all will agree with that. I watched Devin Haney. Devin Haney, this man was talked about on a regular basis, continuously, because of Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Kid Austin. Whether we agree with what his father said or what he didn't say, the man is being talked about on a daily basis right now. That's part of promotion. And so I think that, hey, at the end of the day, you may look like you out of order. It may look like that, and y'all already know what I'm gonna call you. But at the same time, if you have your child, as far, especially, first off, you done put him to the elite level as far as boxing go, and now you're jumping out the window to make sure he's getting views, getting promotion. You might be in order. Bella, what's your thoughts on this, sis?
Yeah, Dub, I agree with you. And to D-Free's question, here's the thing, right? These fighters have different, people that they employ, and for the most part, the fighter, while they do, get paid by, I guess, their promoter or whatever, the fighter is essentially supposed to be the boss, but there are different people that play different roles. The question of, like, do the fathers, like, give their sons a chance to, like, defend themselves? I can't exactly remember the question, but in terms of that, right, like, the fathers, if the fathers want to go out in the media and get their sons' names out there and respond to things that are being said about their sons, that's just, that's a part of the game. It's all of this is a part of the game. The fighter's main responsibilities are to stay in shape, to stay in the gym, stay prepared for your next fight, study your opponent, etc., right? Yet they got to do media. They have to do a lot of things, right? As a fighter, cut weight, like it's just a lot of work. But the thing is, perception and YouTube boxing talk and all, this is like the conversations that get these fights to be big. They recognize that that's very important as well. So they're getting into the conversations and giving us even more insight. And as fans that, we don't know things, they give us, insight on things. And even if things aren't maybe potentially all the way true, if you don't have specific evidence to prove that father is lying or, as you guys say, capping, and then you also want to say, like, the business of boxing, y'all don't work in the business of boxing, y'all aren't boxers, y'all aren't trainers. I just don't understand how these fans get on here, and it's like they want to be, close to the fighters and live through the fight. Like, you're a fan. We do want the fights, but a lot of fans take ish too far when it comes to, like, ripping people apart while they're doing interviews and giving information and things like that. Like, stay in order. Like Dub says, like, stay in order. That's not your place. But in terms of these boxing dads and letting their sons speak and things like that, listen, this is a very tedious business. And there's a lot of, again, boxing is a series of business deals. You have to be promoted. And a lot of these promoters do a lackluster job at promoting fighters as well. So the fathers, when they're doing interviews and speaking on, their sons, and speaking about how great they are putting down opponents, this is all entertainment.
So I want to ask this question though. Let me ask you, and I agree with you there. Let me ask this: when we have somebody come out, and as we heard today with Schofield, or I believe he actually a junior. Anyways, it don't matter. Kid Austin father. That's what I'm gonna call the brother. Kid Austin father. He came out. He said about they wanted 2.5 for the fight. But then on the interview afterward came out and said, well, Kid Austin said, man, make that fight for $1 million. I want that fight immediately. Damn,
Right.
the 2.5, I want that. I make it for $1 million. That's what this is what this brother said. You know what I'm saying? What's your thoughts as far as that goes? As in that situation, I think, and then we heard Schofield Senior come out and say that he really was putting that out there for the Masons, and that's what he said. But at the end of the day, he asked for 2.5 million. Make the fight happen. Whatever. In that situation, and I want to use that specific situation. What's your thoughts on that? Is that a father look or doing too much, or trying to capitalize at the highest level he can capitalize? In your opinion?
Well, there's a few things I thought about it, right? So when he put the video out, 2.5 million, of course it's crazy, right? It got us all talking about the fight, but it also, because that was the first I had ever heard of a Mason Schofield fight, even being somewhat in the works. That was the first thing I heard was.
And we want to see the fight. We want to see that fight. I want to see it.
2.5 M. So I'm like, oh, okay, we might get the fight. Now 2.5 million. I do understand people saying like outpricing is a way to kind of avoid a fight. But if that's the number they're starting at, usually that's how a negotiation works. Even though I do agree negotiations and with numbers really shouldn't be said in videos like that. But he's deciding as maybe an entertainment factor, I don't know, to put out what he would like for the fight. 2.5, yes, agreed, outrageous, right? When you're starting a negotiation, you do want to start high. But wait, the only thing is, and I wasn't even mad at that. What I was mad at was Schofield Jr. talking about well, honestly, shoot, I'll take the fight. I mean, if we get 1 point.
See, and that's my problem with all of it.
Why would you say that?
Hold on. No, why wouldn't he? Man,
No.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. The problem is, and this is where we go into the boxing dads. His dad is talking this crazy, and this nigga like, nigga, I want to fight. Hey, a meal is cool with me. I want to fight.
I think it's the opposite, though, Doug.
Hold on. This is my problem.
Right, you missing it.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm missing it. But if he come out and say, I want to fight, even if it's a meal, I want the smoke, and he's the one getting in the ring. I understand his father got a job. I understand that. And you're supposed to be, but then the father come out and say, we weren't talking about the 2.5 for us. We talking about it for the Masons. That's what he said. So it's bullshit all the way around.
The way I look at it as Schofield realized my father just asked for 2.5 million with somebody who's never even made 100,000.
Right.
Man, I want this fight. I don't want this fight to go nowhere. Just give me $1 million. I want the fight. Just give me $1 million. I don't know what my father was talking about with 2.5. Just give me $1 million. That's the way I looked at it.
Go ahead.
No, I think he was messing up the bag. See, the fighters don't have no business dealing with none of the business aspects of it. You know, I think his dad put through that 2.5 million out there. You're supposed to start high because they're gonna chop it down. Mm-hmm. You know, and if he really wanted to fight for $1 million, the son, you know what I'm saying, when they deny him for that 2.5 and they keep breaking it down, then you gonna eventually get to that $1 million. But you don't start off with the low bally.
But real quick, frequent, and just level with me on this one. Correct me if I'm wrong. The man was making less than $1 million to fight Shakur Stevenson, correct?
To fight Shakur Stevenson, he was making less than $1 million.
Yeah, I believe it was not. I believe it was 900,000.
Oh wow, that's close. That's like a dang near $1 million. But yeah, okay.
But Shakur Stevenson is a multi-division champion, a current champion. Abdullah Mason ain't never been a champion. And I say it respectfully, and I love Abdullah Mason. That's I love Abdullah Mason. I'm a fan of that brother. I'm a fan of Kid Austin. So hey, I love these young brothers. All I'm saying is if you're not gonna make 2.5 with Shakur, how the hell you think?
Dub,
what are we doing?
wait, but Dub, can I jump in here? Can I jump in here?
Go ahead.
But you don't know what the first counter offer was for the Shakur fight. They might have asked for more than whatever.
Exactly.
I don't. It doesn't matter though. Hold on. Now you out of order.
They might have took it though. They might have accepted that.
Hold on. Go ahead, sis.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie. Now you out of order in this one. You out of order. I'm gonna tell you why, but go ahead.
All right. But I'm just telling you, you don't know what Schofield first, what they first wanted for the Shakur fight. They ended up getting to the $900,000 number. So I'm not saying again, I'm not the person that cares about this stuff. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a financial advisor. I want the fight. I don't care. Is $2.5 million crazy? Yes, but if you always start high. And but I do agree with D Free though. I do agree with D Free when D Free says they saw the reaction and they was like, "Oh, here go this mofo ducking again. He ducking again. He done duck Shakur. Now he ducking Mason." So they jumped in front like, wait. Y'all, it's not that serious. Now I don't know why they actually gave the number that they wanted for the fight. To me, it's like, wait, listen, 2.5 million, we understand, but they didn't have to say, well, actually, I just really want $1 million, and because they're gonna offer you less than that now. They are gonna offer you less.
But they out of order. Hold on, but they out of order, and I'm gonna tell you exactly why. Because first things first, if you were making $900K, and I understand starting at a high number, I understand that piece of it. My problem is that. My problem is when Scope, and once again we're talking about boxing dads. When this man come in and say, "Well, only reason we asked for that number because we wanted to get the Masons paid. It wasn't about us. We hey, $1 million is good with us." Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hey, Doug, can I say something after you finish?
I'm gonna I got you. All I'm saying is the man is out of order. And now, and then after he was out of order for asking for what he asking for, and then his son coming out saying he'll take $1 million and make the fight happen. Now all of a sudden you talking about, well, I only asked for that for them. That ain't true. You ain't asking for a number for another team, especially an individual that sent you the offer. You're not asking for a number for them.
Right.
Wait, Dub, did they ask for the 2.5 or was they saying that the 2.5 was a go, like the fight was happening for that?
No, the man, according to him, and I tell you, go look at 78. Shout out to 78, man. 78 Sports TV. Go look at the interview he had. And Schofield Sr. said, we weren't asking for the 2.5 for us. We were asking for the Masons because if they this is the boxing game. If they get hurt, get knocked out, if he can't fight again, $1 million, he's not gonna be able to support he got a brother, a father and 4 brothers. He's not gonna be able to support them with that. That's what this man said. And this is the cap that all I'm saying, at the end of the day, I think that this is the reason I say, man, get out, let the fighters speak how they're gonna speak. As a promoter, yeah, you come out and you say what you say, but come out as a promoter. Don't come out as a trainer, a father. Nah. Put the right hat on. Put the right hat on, and be in order because after he said the 2.5 million got criticized for it, his son came out, the actual fighter said, "Nah, nigga, I'll fight this nigga for $1 million. Give me whatever. Let's make
I ask you that question I was gonna ask you.
Ask the question. Well, I gotta get my brother. Go ahead, ask the question. I gotta get my brother Free back in here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not naive. I don't believe everything that he was saying, but some of it got to be true. Like, do you think that Saudi Arabia just let Floyd Schofield hop in a hospital bed and put a tube in his arm or whatever, or a tube in his mouth, and you know what I'm saying, and just lay in a hospital bed like that to take that?
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do it. You don't have that conversation.
I'm asking the question, bro.
So if you ask that question, the problem is with that is now I have to go into everything else that they said.
No, I said from the gate, I said that I ain't naive. I don't believe all of that stuff happened with, the coke and all of that, the drugs, all of that, the masseuse and all of that stuff.
I have no clue what happened because of the lies that were told before.
Some of it got to be true, though, bro.
All right, then tell me what's true. What's
true is we saw him laying in the hospital bed, though.
Was the past? Hold on. Well, we'll get to that. Was the passport? Was the page ripped out? Was that ripped out?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
Did they flatten the tires? Did they flatten?
I don't know. We don't know, bro. We wasn't there.
All right, cool. According to and this is my problem. You want to say we weren't there for that? I don't know what Kid Austin. You tell me what Kid Austin was in the hospital.
I asked that, but you ain't answer my question. I said, do you think that the hospital out in Saudi Arabia allowed them to get in the room, him hop in the hospital bed, and them put the IV in him and all of that stuff, and put the tube in his mouth? You think they just let him do that?
What I'm telling you is the man done lied so much. I don't know what to believe. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know what to believe.
Oh shit, he could have probably went home that night. Who knows?
He had all that equipment up in there.
What was the hold on. According to them, they were in the hospital for cream being rubbed on them. Whatever. That's why they was in the hospital. Do you believe that?
You know what? I didn't hear them say that's why they was in the hospital.
Why they said
he was poisoned.
But yeah, he said he was poisoned. He didn't know what was going on. He thought that it was a masseuse or whatever. Then he accused Shakur Stevenson masseuse or something like that.
Now you out of order because you said you didn't know why. When I said the cream being rubbed on him, you said I don't know why he was there. But then you came back and said, well, the masseuse rubbed some cream on him.
I was saying he said he didn't know, but that's what he thought.
All right,
that's what he thought. But it could have been just the travel. A lot of times when you travel to Saudi Arabia, you get sick immediately. A lot of people get sick. He's not the only one.
Was dehydrated, man.
You see. This is the problem. This is the problem I have. This is the problem I have frequent. When I'm giving you what they said, I'm not saying I didn't say none of this, and I don't even have. I don't. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Whatever happened. What I'm saying is, I'm telling you what they said. And then you making other excuses talking about we don't know what happened. Well, we going off of what they said. This is what they said. They said the cream was rubbed on them, right?
But didn't he do another video speaking to that though? Saying that that's what he don't know what it was?
But the issue is frequent. The issue is the things that all led up to it. Oh wait, go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, you in order.
Oh, okay. It was all of the stuff leading up to that though, the slashed tires, the ripped up passport, like everything led up to that. And then all of a sudden the week of you got sick and we heard Shakur saying like, to be completely honest, I don't think we're gonna even, if we fight,
this fight ain't gonna happen.
This fight is probably not gonna happen.
I'm looking for a replacement. I need to make sure I have. Shakur understood it.
He already knew. Yeah.
And then this is the thing.
But Devin was singing the same song when Ryan was acting crazy.
Here we go. Now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're moving.
It always works this way back
Devin
around,
was saying the same thing, bro.
We'll get to Devin in a second. We'll get to Devin. I ain't got no problem talking about Devin. Before we get to that though, I just want you to make this make sense right here. The SWAT team coming in, putting the gun to his head.
Bro, I can't. Don't try to put me up to defend that. I can't defend it, bro.
Hold on. I ain't done. The SWAT, not just the SWAT team. The drugs being placed in the car, and the tow truck driver telling him that, or telling the police that, man, this car ain't even hot. He couldn't have. Hell. Hey, y'all can't lock this man up for the drugs that's in the car because he couldn't have been driving the car. The tow truck driver getting this man up. some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life. D Free, real
Me
quick.
too, bro.
D Free, would you if a tow truck driver, if you found drugs in a car, I'm just saying, according to what this brother said, if you found drugs in the car as a police officer and the tow truck driver tell you the car ain't hot enough, are you letting this man go?
Oh, God. Yeah.
No, I already told you the daggone tow truck driver's going down too. Because, like I said,
he an accessory.
Wait, where they was at though? They was in Saudi?
No, they wasn't in no damn Saudi. They was in Texas, nigga.
In Texas, wherever they were, in New York or Texas, wherever they was at.
It was in Texas.
Was in the States. They was in the States. But in order for the tow truck driver to get there, the police would have had to call him. So the tow truck driver ain't coming up to feel the hood to see how warm or how cold it is. He don't know how long that car was sitting there.
I'm just telling you what this is.
They could have called that tow truck driver an hour after they pulled him over.
This
you
is
don't
some
know
of
how
the.
long it took for them to call
This
him
is
over
some
there.
of the most ridiculous stuff we done ever heard in the sport of boxing.
That don't make no sense. No, I've
bro, before I even shot,
seen guys sit on the side of the road for at least an hour waiting for the tow truck to come pick the car up. Matter of fact, the people had already got transported to jail before the tow truck even got there to pick the vehicle up. We had to have an officer sit there and wait for the tow truck driver to get there. And the guy was already gone to jail.
Bro, before I even threw the dice, I put $10 on craps, bro. I covered my tail. I said I don't believe all of that stuff. I told you that I'm not naive. I don't believe all of that stuff. I just asked the question about the the hospital at in Saudi. We saw him laying there. I think that part was real right there. You know what I'm saying? Something happened. Something happened.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on, real quick. My sister, she said she got a ride. Bella, man, let me get your last words tonight, my sis.
Okay, well, thank you, Dub. This was a great panel. It's good to hear, a whole lot of.
Bella, before you go, let me say one thing. Dub, don't you ever tell her she out of order. I thought it was discussed.
Wait a minute.
She told him he out of order. She told him he was out of order.
For us to tell you when you out of order.
Now you out of order, Mr. Chapman. Now you out of order. I listen. I got the right to call anybody out of order on this. Bella know. Hey, that's my sister. She know that. But if she out of order, she know I'm gonna call out of order. If I'm out of order, I done told Bella, call me out of order. So damn it, Mr. Chapman, now you out of order.
And she told you was out of order, ninja.
And she was out of order for calling me out of order.
What?
Even though I told her.
When you told her to tell you when you out of order.
Yeah, I told you out of order. You spazzed on me.
Hey, listen. I always have.
She did what you told her, and you spazzed on her.
I always have the ultimate trump card when it comes to the show. It is what it is. It is. If you want to call me, y'all can call me whatever y'all want to call me. I ain't mad at it, and y'all will probably be right about what you call me. But hey, sometimes I gotta do it that way. But
you was out of order, Dub. You
was. Hey, go Bella. Go ahead. You're about to get off, right?
Hold on. And so who got this? Big dog,
Big dog really hanging upside down with the joint up too loud, bro.
The remix.
Come in here and the nigga might be ragged than a motherfucker.
Listen to the remix.
Bella, I say it respectfully. I apologize, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I call you out of order. If you call me out of order, I'm a rebuttal with an out of order. So it is what it is. Man. Shout out to my sister, man. Shout out to my sister.
Yeah, just last words. Thank you, panel. A great panel, as usual. Glad that we got to discuss, the boxing dads. Think we agree on a lot, but definitely still some disagreements. But it was good discussion. And just to remind everyone, please, like when you're giving an interview, please do not, waste folks' time. They giving you their time, giving you information. Boxing is a very brutal sport. These fighters, they have to do a lot of preparing for these fights, training. The fathers who are trainers have to do a lot of studying. There's a lot of time put into this sport. And when they give you insight and all you can say is in the chat, you capping, you lying, it's just all it breeds is negativity. All it breeds is, just straight up just ridiculousness and ignorance, rather than you actually listening, comprehending, and what the man is saying, or any boxer or trainer is saying. There's some things, yes, you can see, you're like, all right, man, like this is a little too much, but at the end of the day, this is all entertainment, but there are gems to get from when these trainers, these coaches, these boxers, when they give interviews. So yeah, like I said, just stay in order, but also like these boxers, these trainers, they also do, I agree, need to learn that yes, this is a business. We do need to keep our cool, and we're all trying to learn, and get better, as we're just fans and we want to learn more. The boxers and the trainers, they want to put their sons out there. They want to, get bigger bags for their very talented sons. So,
Hey,
yeah, shout out to you
real
all.
quick, Bella. I gotta ask one question before you go.
Mhm.
What can they expect Tuesday?
Oh, it's a turn up. Oh, it's gonna be a lit show on Tuesday. So definitely tune in to Georgia's Finest Tuesday at 10. So we'll be having our show discussing the latest boxing topics, and it should be fun. Looking forward to who will be on the panel on Tuesday.
Shout out to my sister.
All right, Bella.
Shout out to my sister, straight out of GA, man. Always doing a hell of a job.
Hey,
man.
Dub, real quick, Dub, before you go, I wanted to say something to what Frequent asked.
Go ahead.
About the whole joint, and I'm glad we got my man Big Dog Willie up here. The one thing that I know that I know for a fact, because my wife has been in the hospital multiple times because she had some stuff she had to take care of. They have never every time we have been to the hospital, I have never seen the machine that they use to keep track of your heart and everything go through the top of your nightgown or your whatever they call it. I've never seen it come through the top. A lot of them have a hole on the side. They have a pocket where the machine goes inside the pocket and it comes through the bottom, or it comes through a hole. It never comes out the top where the neck is at. I've never seen it. Big Dog, you work in the hospital.
Yeah.
You let me know if
Okay, it depends how they put the leads on your chest. It depends how they put it on. Sometimes it goes to the pocket, sometimes it goes to the top of the gown. But what I seen that picture that was wrong was he had the lines in his mouth to the leads that hooked up to the monitor. So that was kind of weird. And then he only had the fluids that he had running for him. I didn't see did he even have fluids running?
Not that I seen.
Okay, so if he was poisoned, dehydrated, or anything, the most thing that will have, he have fluids running, and it would just be more than one. I don't understand. It looked like he got tired and fell asleep on the bed. That would look like, and somebody threw some leads on him. But frequent flyer, you have to quit. You have to stop it. Yeah, I know you're laughing because you think it's funny, but you have to stop it because people actually don't believe you. What? See, you're laughing. I know you're
what is it? You're saying I gotta stop?
You know, damn sure that boy wasn't in no dire pain. He was laying down on the bed.
I questioned that the hospital would just give him free reign like that, messing with the equipment like that, bro. That's what I'm asking. That's why I asked the question.
Why would you? But I'm telling you.
In your hospital, you work at somebody. I could just go in there and turn on the machine and put leads on me and stuff and get in a hospital bed. They have to give you a hospital bed.
Hold on. First of all, he is the crown prince's guest. He can do pretty much anything that he can ask what to do, or whatever he wants to do. I'm very sure.
So you think every hospital he could just go to the hospital and be like, "Hey,
we're not talking about the United States. We're talking about Saudi Arabia."
Yeah, but you've been over there, and you think that's the way it is? You could just go to any hospital and say, "Hey, I'm here for the crown prince."
Sorry for asking you. Sorry for telling you. Hey, Delroy, sorry. Thanks for letting me back up on here. I'm not going to argue with this dude because he knows better. So
no, you talking crazy, bro. You out of order, bro.
No, you know better. I don't have
You
time.
came
No,
up
no,
here with your
that's not
mic
funny.
with all the
I mean,
feedback and stuff. You hanging upside down, bro.
Hold
Don't
on.
get mad at me for being honest.
Hold on. So the first thing we got to address this point. Big Dog Willie does have a background in this. Like he has a background there, so he has direct knowledge to speak to. So we have to give some type of credence to that information that he's gonna provide. Can we at least allow him to provide the information and give it credence? Can we do that?
Yep.
Yeah, he said yeah. But he's not speaking to that though, is he?
What I'm saying is it doesn't look right. It don't look right. It looks fake. And who knows how he got into the hospital. There's many ways in Saudi Arabia he can get in the hospital. It's not normal, but it doesn't look right. And if he had any issues like getting poisoned, like some James Bond film, like getting poison rubbed on him, or some shit like that, is Shakur going to poison him, or everything that happened before that, like Dubside says, it don't look right.
I mean, if you even listen to him on the video, it sounds like he's sneaking the video. It doesn't sound like he's just walking around freely doing whatever he wants. It sounds like he's sneaking.
Hold on, but my only problem is what was he in the hospital for?
Nobody knows.
He won't tell nobody.
And I listened to the man interview with 7 Days Sports today. The man literally said, and I say disrespect. This is why we have to have this conversation. The man literally said, "Man, y'all go look. Hey, y'all go to the hospital and find out if he was." Well, HIPAA laws automatically stop us from doing that. That's the first thing. The second thing is, well, y'all go to the precincts. So you want us to go to? First off, I believe they're somewhere in Texas, San Antonio. I believe. I could be wrong. You want me to go to the precinct to see? Why don't you just provide the information to prove your point? You want us to go to the police station and the damn. You out of order, man. You out of order.
Okay, so another one more thing before I get off. If he's poisoned, there'll be security there. There'll be people in the room checking after him. There'll be people around the hospital, and we'll know about it. Just the fact that he said that is a red flag. Nope.
I'm not Big Dog Willie. I'm not saying that I think that he got poisoned. I'm saying that there's something happened. I'm saying that something probably happened to him, but it probably wasn't that. I'm saying he could have got sick from, traveling over there. He could have caught a bug or something. It could have been anything. I'm not saying that. I'm not validating the masseuse thing.
Wait a minute. Y'all got to be in order, man. Y'all out of order. Let Freako finish his point.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you respond to it. But y'all out of order. Respectfully. I say that respectfully.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not validating the whole thing about him being poisoned in the masseuse and all of that stuff. I'm saying I believe something happened. I don't think that he was just allowed to run up in the hospital room and, take over the room and, get in the bed and, turn on the machine and, put leads on and all of that stuff. They don't give you that much free reign in no hospital, That equipment costs a lot of money and stuff. And it's serious when you,
You don't know. This is what I'm saying. They're not in the United States. They're in Saudi Arabia. He's on a fight card. Let me finish. He's on a fight card.
You didn't let me finish.
Wait a minute, man. Listen, damn.
The nerve of this guy, bro.
Y'all just don't know how I feel right now.
Anyway, I'm about to get off. It's just for freedom fire. Don't just, what you're doing. And
I'll concede, bro, just so you can,
No, but I'll concede. But
I'll leave it alone, bro. Man. It was just a question I was asking. You answered the question, which you thought. So that's your opinion. I accept it.
I'm gonna say this. We know something did happen, but the problem is he won't tell you what happened. That's the problem. He keep making up lies about what happened, because if it was something about him, quote unquote, getting poisoned, there will be some type of lawsuit. There is no lawsuit. He's saying his lawyer's saying he can't talk about it because he's being pursued. Not him the other way around. He's being pursued. He don't have a lawsuit. Saudi Arabia was suing him for the money that he owes.
Yeah, maybe they embarrassed about it or something. Who knows? I was just saying something
that's
happened.
even worse. That's even
I'm
worse.
just saying something happened. I think something happened. I don't know what it was, but I think something happened. I don't think that they just was scared to fight and pulled out the fight. That's what I don't think happened.
I think that would happen. I think Oscar De La Hoya said something to him like, "You go through this fight and get your ass whooped. Future fight's not going to happen. If he would got an ass whooped, you think he'll be fighting? He'll be talking to what's his name? To Mason?
Hey man, it'll be better for him losing to somebody like Shakur Stevenson, somebody elite, than to lose to Mason.
I don't know. I just find it funny. They picked Josh Padley, and this man is just right on weight. This man working as a electrician, and he comes in and he's right on weight. He's 135 pounds on the nose.
They had him as a backup. They already had him on deck.
The man was prepared for the fight.
Exactly, because they
had him on deck. They had him on deck.
Hold on. I gotta say this. Josh Padley, this man, a supposed replacement fighter. This man got a house, got paid. Shit, he ain't never got paid before. This man, his whole life changed after losing to Shakur.
No,
and shout out to that brother. I ain't got no problem.
Was working as an electrician, and they called him on 2 days' notice. And this man,
how you on wait? How you on wait in 2 days?
No, he was already. They already had him in the cut waiting already.
Yes, because
he was the backup. He was the backup guy.
They knew he wasn't going to fight.
No, they always had They got it. They had to have somebody back. Just like with Devin Haney and Ryan, they had somebody back. They had a backup.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Fights get canceled all the time.
That man absolutely was on call. He was
ready.
On call.
And he was ready. Stop it.
He was on call. He was ready because they knew that Schofield was not going to fight. They knew he wasn't.
Hey, my phone's acting up again. All right, I'll let you guys go.
No, but what I was going to say, I'm glad you brought that up, Dub, about the whole 78 interview. This is how you know the dude is lying. Because if you go back and watch his live post that he put out about the 2.5, he said, yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, we want 2.5. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Show us the money. You working with Turkey. I know you got Jay Prince over there. They got the money. Give us 2.5 and we take the fight. And then he said, oh, nah, we was talking about that was for Abdullah Mason. No, you said we want 2.5, not Abdullah Mason. You said yesterday price is not today's price. You don't know what Abdullah price is. You never got into a fight with negotiations with Abdullah Mason. You don't know what his price is. This man has never made $100,000. Why would he ask for 2.5?
Would you say that they will be like on a level playing field as far as what they get paid though? Them both being getting paid the same?
This man said, give us 2.5. We take the fight.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You know, he probably it sounds like he's assuming that both of them, if he get 2.5, that Abdullah Mason would get 2.5 too, because they're at the same level.
No, that's not what he was saying. He said, they offer us a fight, and I'm saying, yes, we will take the fight. Give us 2.5. Yesterday's price is not today's price. That's what he said.
Yeah, give us, bro. Give us.
Us is him and his son.
Keyword, us.
Mason.
How you know? He didn't say me and my son. He said us.
No, okay. You always want to play like you don't know what's going on.
You just want to take the negative route, bro.
You play like you don't know what's going on.
Bro, are we talking about words, bro? He said us, right? He didn't say me and my son. So how can you just make that determination right there like that?
Because if they got a fight offered to them, he's not speaking for Abdullah Mason. They offered them the fight. He's not speaking for Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason them offered him the fight. He's not speaking for Abdullah Mason. He's speaking for him and his son, not Abdullah.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
offer him a fight.
So what I'm saying, so back to what I said, don't you think that he was thinking that his son and Abdullah Mason is on his level, like they get paid the same around the same amount?
No,
You
I
don't?
don't.
Who you
Because they
think get
don't.
paid more? Who's a bigger name?
Kid Austin gets paid more than Abdullah Mason gets paid. Well, no. I mean, it all depends on
It's like level, bro. Come on, bro.
I mean, if you want to be technical, Kid Austin was getting paid more. If he would have took the Shakur Stevenson fight, he was getting 900,000.
Why wouldn't he still? If he was getting paid more, why wouldn't he still be getting paid more?
Abdullah Mason has never made 100,000. He's never made 100,000. Never.
So that being said, you're saying that he was thinking that Abdullah Mason was going to get less than 2.5. That's what you're saying?
He didn't care what Abdullah Mason could get paid. He wanted 2.5 for him and his son. He didn't care what Abdullah was getting paid. He said, he said, give us 2.5. You're working with Turkey. You got Jay Prince. He got the money. Give us 2.5. That's what
that's the part that's the part we both know, that he wanted 2.5 for him. But on 78 show, you say he was saying that he wanted that for him, though, right?
Because that was the next day, and he heard all of the criticism. That was the next day, because before he got on a 78 platform, he was on Mill City, and he said, "Can't nobody tell us what we could bid. They didn't give us the number, so I'm telling them what we want." That's what he said. I'm telling them what we want. He said, "Ain't nobody give us a number, so I'm telling them what we want." I heard that they was talking about giving us $1 million. He said, "I don't know where that came from, but we want 2.5." That's what he said on Mill City.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but I would think that would be the smart thing to do, because that's the consensus, that Turkey is overpaying fighters, right? People is getting more than they ever got. You can't say, "Oh, he ain't even get $1 million yet, so he shouldn't be asking for nothing but $1 million." No, you talking about Turkey Al Sheikh. You know what I'm saying? He balling out with these fighters. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna ask for whatever they can get. You know, you got people like Shakur Stevenson going on shows and talk shows and stuff, podcasts, talking about, this the best money he got. It was nice and everything. You hear Deontay Wilder saying it was life changing money and it was the best. You know what I'm saying? You hearing all that, so they're gonna talk high.
You talking about two named fighters that were champion or is a champion. Neither one of these guys were champions.
They didn't go that outrageous to talk about getting the type of money that Shakur and Deontay Wilder was trying to get, though. They only asked for 2.5 million.
Hold on,
that's outrageous money for them.
Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta do things the right way. Okay, I'll let y'all brothers cook for a second. I gotta get my brother Teach in here, and I gotta get Mr. Chairman in here. Teach, welcome back to the show. You done heard these niggas, and I say this respectfully. These Negroes been out of order. They've been all the way out of order. But at the same time, that was my brother, so I ain't got no problem with it. Go ahead, Teach. Welcome to the show, welcome back to the show.
Yeah. I don't know what I missed, but I just wanted to talk about the negotiation thing that we were supposed to talk about earlier.
Well, I'm gonna just tell you the truth, Teach. Can I be honest with you? You my Antiguan brother. You gonna have to speed that shit up. You hear how these niggas up here talking?
I was about to
you
say,
have to speed this shit up.
I was about to say, I'm gonna be out of order. But Teach, how come you always come in?
Teach, you gotta get it going, brother. You gotta get it going.
Every time I never know what's going on.
Everybody else talking 25 minutes every 5 seconds. You talking damn a minute a second, or excuse me, a word a second. Excuse me. You gotta speak that
nigga said a minute a second.
He can have my time, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say salute to everybody on the panel. I appreciate you, Doug. Appreciate everybody.
You said don't leave. That nigga already did his propaganda. He got to bounce now. He done fulfilled his
I thought Dub had to leave. I thought Dub was trying to hurry up and go.
I ain't trying to hurry up and go. I just gotta hurry. I gotta keep Teach on pace. I gotta keep him on pace. Respectfully.
Oh, okay.
I say that respectfully to my Antiguan brother. I say that respectfully. But you gotta speed that shit up. You be talking too damn slow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Teach. I apologize.
Now that's disrespect, bro. That's
I know.
disrespect.
And now I feel bad about it. I feel bad. Because Teach my brother. Teach is my brother. That's my brother. At the
Come on,
same
y'all
time,
can't be going too hard on Teach, man. He the only Loma fan I know, bro.
now Teach ain't no damn Loma. Now you out of
You
order.
got it.
Now you out of order. You
got
all
it
the way
wrong.
out. Now you all the way out. Hold on. We gotta
Nah,
get this
he got
nigga
it
to drop.
wrong. He probably talking about truth.
Hold on. I got you, Teach. I gotta get this nigga to drop.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
My brother Teach, he a Shakur fan, but this man has never claimed to be a Lomachenko fan. Respect. I say that.
I think you got him mixed up with Boxer Hatcher. Or
Hacker,
Thru.
whatever you call it, brother. Teach, go ahead, get your bars off. Speed it up just for me, and I say that respect.
Hacker fan, everybody.
Nah, but, yeah, like boxers, man, like they shouldn't like overestimate their value. And I mean, we're just seeing that today with
Man,
the
you
being
on point. Hold on. You on point. Now, how you get on point that quick? You could have been doing that. Anyway, go ahead, Teach. My fault.
Yeah, so we see that with the B Norm and Floyd Jr. situation. And when these boxers do that, man, like they could just hurt the sport in different ways, like miss fights, right? When you price your stuff out, you're just missing the fights. Also, like you could just frustrate promoters when you keep doing that shit, right? And you could just slow the momentum down of a certain fighter, like Boots, right? Boots is trying to get these fights, but they keep slowing him down. So I mean that's hurting him. That's hurting him in the long run too, right? But what I want to say also is, fighters pretty much should know their value, man. Like B Norm has a value, Mason has a value, Floyd, Jr. has a value, and they should stick to that value pretty much until they get a bigger fan base and pretty much do the stuff what Tank is doing. Like Tank built his career from scratch to be where he wanted to be. So again, negotiation, boxers should just pretty much stop overestimating their value because they're hurting the sport, and that's the bottom line. Like we don't like that. I know that the YouTubers, the content creators, they pretty much love these kind of talking points. But for me, it's like we gotta have these boxers stop bringing up negotiations in the public, so we can just stop having these type of conversations.
Amen.
We need these conversations. We ain't gonna have no content.
And that's the thing, right? Without these conversations, there's no content. But then with these conversations, we keep blaming people. So we gotta pick one of them, right?
Hey, I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem talking about it.
I say embrace it all, man.
As long as they keep making fools of themselves, I'm gonna keep talking about it.
So we are saying that somebody just recently made a fool of himself, though, right?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, just want to say you on that same agreement.
Auntie Schofield made a fool of herself.
Yes, he definitely did. The Mickey Freaky was over there making all kind of. That nigga was doing all. You remember Creep Show and them movies that had like many different segments to the damn show, the whole movie. That's what he was doing. That nigga was writing movies within movies, bro, and he was making them up as you go. That nigga was looking up and to the right every time he told a story.
And another thing, back what Bella said, she said we don't know how he what did he ask for in negotiations with Shakur. Well, I do, because we did an interview and he told us. He said we don't care what the money is. We just want the fight. We ain't worried about the money. We want the opportunity. So it sounded like they took whatever they got. They didn't negotiate the money. They said we don't care. We want the opportunity.
And I mean,
I know they definitely had to negotiate the money, bro.
I don't know if they definitely did or not. I'm just saying the man said we don't care what the money is. We just want the opportunity, because either way, we come out on top. Either it's going to be a learning experience for us, or we're going to go out here and shock the world. That's what the man said.
Of course,
Yeah,
they're gonna say that to the public, though.
by telling a nigga that he got a gun drawn to his head, then telling a nigga that Shakur had some people plant some drugs on him, slashed them tires.
Well, that was all that stuff came after the interview.
Hey, it ain't too far fetched. Shakur wore a wire on Bill.
Oh, there you go, bro. We talking about the big homie cord. Why don't we gotta swing it around? We can swing it around the bill if you want to swing it around the bill, bro. Like
that whole rip page. Now it was easy to prove that his page was ripped out of his passport. All he had to do was show us the passport. It ain't hard. It's your passport.
Then that dude,
look, the page. He could have ripped the page out and say, "Look, the page is ripped out. Look, it ripped the page out."
Then the dude had a hired tow truck guy that, like you said, the police normally calls, arrive on the scene prior to the police running there and filling his hand on the hood to determine that you couldn't possibly do it. And there was drugs there, and it don't matter how cold that car was when there's drugs there. And it's you two ninjas. If the stories don't check out, you two ninjas is going to jail.
I'm gonna put it like this: it doesn't matter if the car was ice cold and he don't have the keys to it. If he's sitting in that car and they find drugs in it, it's his. It's his.
He said they found drugs in it.
The man, hold on. The man said that Shakur Stevenson planted drugs in the car, that the police pulled up the tow truck. Only reason when the drugs was found in the car, only reason that he was able to be let go. And I'm not saying this is what he said. I'm not saying
what he said.
Hold on. I'm just saying what he said. He said the only reason he was able to be let go and didn't go to jail that night is because legal business took place, and the tow truck driver said he touched the hood of the car and said this car is cold. It could have been drove, and because of that, the police said that we not good. Even though the man supposedly in handcuffs at the time in his drawers, I believe he's in his drawers at that time. Hold on, this is according to him. This is matter of fact, we gotta pull this up.
I didn't arrested people and they had drugs beside them on the ground. It was their drugs. The drugs was on the ground beside them. It was theirs. I know people that went to jail that had drugs that was in a car that didn't belong to them. They went to jail.
And you can't say D3 is capping because he's a real police officer too.
No, if you get stopped by the police and you on a spot where there's known for drug transactions and you get stopped and there's drugs on the ground beside you, if it's within a certain amount of feet of you, it's yours.
100%.
It depends on the cop though too, if it's a crooked cop or not.
It does depend on the cop, but for the most part, it's yours. For the most part, it's yours.
Oh man,
bro, I got.
No, Doug. Now that deserves one of your idiots. You gotta say it, bro. You gotta say it.
I bought a brand new car. I bought a car and took it to the jail to go visit somebody, and they brought me out of the jail and put me in handcuffs, me and all my homies, and because the dog was sniffing, you know what I'm saying, around my car, they made me open the car, get them the keys to the car so they could open up. The dog scratching on the floor of the car and everything. They pulled the rug up, and it was a secret compartment in the car, but I didn't know nothing about it because I had just bought the car. You know, it was a used car. They didn't lock me up.
Man, you crazy as hell.
It depends. And I was at the jail.
Well, I'm gonna just be honest with you. I get it. Never mind. I ain't finna be honest about none of that shit. Let me play. I want to play this right here. Let me pull the video.
Play that, baby boy. Play that in. Play in all succession.
Schofield Senior. I want and hold on real quick. Frequent, you didn't hear Schofield going out there saying these things? You didn't hear him saying that?
Nigga said he went to the hospital. The masseuse brought some cream on his ass.
I mean, I heard.
No. He said they ripped the passport, or they hold on. First off, they planted drugs on him. They ripped They ripped the man passport out, or the signature page of the passport. They called the SWAT team because the man was supposedly harboring children or something like that. Trafficking. I don't know.
Like it was trafficking kids.
I'm just telling you what this man said.
They don't call no damn.
But my question is, frequent. You haven't heard this?
Yeah, I heard all of that, Craig. I heard all of that stuff. I didn't see him say. I didn't see the actual video of him saying it, but I've heard everybody talking about that, saying that all of the stuff that he said. So yeah, I know about it.
Thank the Lord for good right side.
He never actually heard him say it. He just know people who have talked about it.
So thank the Lord for good right side.
Well, yeah, no, we're gonna be in order. We're gonna be in order. All right, here we go. Let me see. Let me make sure I find the video.
In succession. Make sure it's in succession.
I gotta be in order. So I don't want to be capping. I want to make sure I play the exact video that he said this on. Let me go. Hold on. Shakur's passport. Let me do it this way. And I wish I would have known this previously. I wish I would have known this. Because we would have had this video already pulled up, ready to play. Because if you ain't heard this shit is out of order. This is some of the most out of order shit we ever heard.
But even though I said I didn't see him say it, I already said that I don't believe none of that stuff. It sounds too outrageous.
So we all agree that he's lying and he's lying about this shit. We all agree.
He's getting his Bill ish on, dog. Come on, just say it.
Yeah, I just was saying some of it is some truth in some of it.
Never been this out of order.
Bill much smarter
been this out of order.
And more versed than he is. So
hey,
Bill
he's learning on the job, Tommy. He's learning.
I can't stand Bill. I'm not. I love Devin. Shout out to Devin. Devin Haney, man. Shout out to Devin. I'm a fan.
Shout out to the young champ.
Fuck Bill Haney, man. Fuck him. That's not.
Man, why you don't like Bill Haney, bro?
Because I done been on the panel with Bill.
And Bill,
out of everybody on this panel right now, frequent, and I came at you, and I believe it was the hack at the time. Y'all niggas wanting to question me about, and hey, I hadn't been rocking
your Hano shit.
Hold on. I haven't been rocking on KO panel for a minute, so that's where y'all caught me at. That's fine. Y'all wanting to come at me as far as being a Devin fan. Nigga, I was a Devin fan. I've always been a Devin fan. Ask anybody on the panel who know me, and I've been rocking for a minute. You know what I'm saying? The first debate that KO ever had was against me, and it was Tank and Devin. I had Devin. That was the first debate KO ever had on this show. It was me and him. And all I'm saying is nigga, when I'm on the panel with Bill, and I said, I ain't asked him nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not attacking. I said, bruh, hey, what y'all got going? What's next? You know what I'm saying? As a fan, and I've been arguing for your son for the longest. You know what I'm saying? Give me something to stand on. Nigga said, man, fuck you. Nigga said, fuck. Hey, you ain't gotta be a fan of us. We don't need you as no fan. All right.
But
hold on. All right, cool. You don't need me as a fan. Fuck you. But I still rock with Devin because I'm always gonna be. I'm a fan of that young man. It is what
hey,
it
Teach
is.
wasn't Teach there too? Teach, you was there, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, okay, so that I know I ain't crazy. This what it was though, Dub. When you came up there and Bill was listening, Teach said, "Don't believe him." He basically set you up. He said, "Don't believe him, Bill. He's not really a fan." So Bill already had an idea of what you was coming up there to do. He didn't see.
Did you say that? Teach, did you say that?
Yeah, I was in the chat. I wasn't on the panel.
You said don't believe me as a fan?
No, you said that on the panel too, Teach. You said don't believe him, Bill. You said don't. You said he lying, Bill. Don't believe that, Bill, or whatever. And then KO was like, hold on, let him talk or whatever. And then he started talking, and he said what he said. So Bill was already thinking that you really wasn't a fan, that you was really a Tank fan. And from what I was saying too, you know what I'm saying? I think that's why it went the way it went. And what you said was, you said, give me something to stand on. And I thought that was kind of weird to say, because we was talking about Devin versus what happened with Ryan Garcia. Because the argument before you came up there was the game plan or Ryan Garcia taking the PEDs, and they was trying to downplay the PEDs, saying that it ain't had nothing to do with it. Then when you came up with, you said that's why I went that way.
This is the craziest thing. I've always said, the first thing I said, yes, the game plan was wrong, but at the same time, this man was cheating. And Devin, when he fought the fight that I thought he should have fought, the man was winning rounds. It's when he tried to walk shit down. Is when he. So I mean,
I heard you say that afterwards, but when you came up there with Bill, that wasn't said. That wasn't said to him. I mean, that wasn't said to that. Think about that. Everybody said, the argument that KO and him was going back and forth was it wasn't the PEDs. It was just the game plan. That's what they was trying to put on him, right? And then you came up and said, give me something to stand on, when we already was standing on the fact that he was cheating. You know what I'm saying? You see how that could go, why that went that way? I think that's why it went that way.
I told Devin and them a long time ago, about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago. I said, stop listening to these daggone fans and fight your fight. You a boxer. Don't go out there trying to knock nobody out. You a boxer.
Free. As long as you done heard me talk boxing. Anytime it came to Devin, what stance do I take on Devin?
He gonna outbox him.
I stand on that. I think Devin has superior boxing skills.
Had Ryan not cheated, I would say that Devin had the wrong game plan, because I noticed that Devin was trying to walk Ryan down. Even after he got knocked down, he still kept walking forward on Ryan and walking him down.
But my thing is I can sit here and even if Ryan didn't cheat, that's still the wrong game plan to fight.
Yeah, but the fact that he cheated threw us all out.
I don't understand how, when I tell the truth about shit and then say, give me some shit to stand on as a fan, give me something to argue about, bro. Give me something.
We had a lot to stand on. That's how we felt.
Well, see, and this is why, and I think this is why I ain't gonna say I had a problem. Why I had a disagreement. I think you and Hacker want to call my boxing knowledge to the carpet on KO show. That's a whole nother question or a whole nother situation. But my whole thing is nigga, I've been watching Devin. I was watching Devin when I was rocking with KO when KO was talking. He wasn't doing, nigga. Thursday nights was every fighter that was fighting that weekend. I don't give a damn if you an undercard fighter, what it is. That's what we talked about. So my whole thing is nigga, I talk boxing. Nigga, the other night, and I say it respectfully, we had a whole show, or the beginning of the show was what? What was the beginning of the show? It was the Pro Box card.
The whole Pro Box card.
A card that nobody watched, but I watched it.
We did that last night.
I watched it. And so I talk boxing. I can criticize Devin if he fight the wrong style. I can criticize him. Why? Because I love boxing. I watch it. I watch it on a regular basis. And so my thing is so now you on the panel, I'm telling you, man, get the fans, niggas like myself, because y'all niggas say, hey, hey, we gonna put it on Ryan cheating. I do think Ryan cheated. And anybody who say he didn't, y'all out of order. My brother Cash Crypto gonna tell me Ostarine don't do shit for you. You out of order, nigga. Respectfully, shout out to my
And
brother.
Cash just said, he said, nigga, you bet on Devin to knock
I
Ryan
did.
out.
I did. That's a fact. Well, I didn't bet that. I didn't bet that.
Nah,
I
But
think
I did
saying give me
call that.
something.
I did call that. I did call that though. I did call that. And so
I,
all I'm saying is, hold on real quick. All I'm saying is nigga, Bill, you ain't got a lot of motherfucking hell. These niggas against you anyways. Nigga, I'm on your side. I'm rocking with you. And now you telling me, man, we don't need your. All right, fuck it. You don't need my support then. Fuck it.
it
Fuck
didn't
you
look
too
like
then.
you was rocking with him, Dub.
Man, and see, and that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, I ain't gotta just because I ain't being nice or agreeing. No, nigga, I was rocking with you. I was rocking with y'all before any of this shit happened. I've been rocking with y'all.
Yeah, Dub. But to say give me something to stand on when Ryan cheated is diabolical, though, bro.
And whose mind?
And everybody else except for you, apparently.
Obviously. It is what
hey,
it is. Shout out to
I
my
tell you
hey.
what I said.
Go ahead, D
When
Free.
we called the fight, I told Dub and everything. I said, shout out to Ryan. He did something that nobody expected him to do. I said, but I'm gonna tell you right now, he's not gonna get the credit because they're gonna talk about the weight. This was before we even knew that he cheated. And that was the first thing that came out.
And
Very next
free.
day.
What I told you, I said Devin fought the wrong fight. Did I not say that?
Yeah.
And so how Jeff and my whole thing is shout out to my brother Cash. I gotta get Cash.
Hurry up, nigga, because you're long-winded.
Well, all right, man. Put this nigga in the background, man. Throw his ass in the background
He out of
immediately.
order.
Yeah, he all the way. Hold on. Give my brother Cash the drop right now, man. Let me give my brother the drop.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna concede my time. I want to hear what Cash got to say. Go ahead, Cash.
Oh man, you call my name, I'm gonna pop up on you like a bad case of herpes or something, nigga.
What up, man? Talk to me. Well, hold on. Tell me this first things first.
I got a question.
Well,
Since you always expect Devin to fight his fight, that's what you want him to do. Why was you talking about Devin gonna go out there and beat the shit out of Ryan and bet the knockout? Like, make it make sense, nigga. Like, you capping.
No, and once again, I'll tell you why. I thought that he would fight the same fight, kind of, and even against an individual like Regis Prograde. He didn't just walk to Regis. You know what I'm saying? He fought from range. He fought at distance. I thought that's what I thought that's what he would do. I thought his power would transfer accordingly, and I thought he would catch Ryan coming in. That's how I looked at the fight. But I ain't got no problem being wrong. Go ahead.
No, you good.
Hold on. No, I thought. Go ahead.
It sounded good, but
that's the truth. Like
I don't
you
want to
say
hear.
it sound good. Hold on. Do you think I'm lying about how I just
don't
broke
want to
it
hear
down?
nothing else about.
Hold on. Do you think I'm lying about?
I don't want to hear nothing else about no.
Hold on. Answer the question first.
Until one of you niggas find a study where someone got some benefits from that.
Answer the question first.
Until then, y'all niggas need to quit crying about this Oscar shit.
Okay,
man.
cool.
Nigga took some cane supplements. Just leave it at that.
You got it on the Oscar. You got it. You're gonna defend a drug treat. That's fine. We ain't got.
No, I ain't defending no drug.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing. But that's fine. We ain't got no problem with it. We know
he ain't defending no drug cheat. He defending the racist.
I'm defending the nanograms excuse. Quit trying to use
whatever you defending is what you defending. I'm not here for that. I want to hear how I was out of order.
I think he was out of order because you said give you something to stand on when it was a lot to stand on, bro. The boy cheated, man. Even though we can see that Devin was fighting them different. He wasn't fighting them the way that he should have been fighting them. But the fact that Ryan came in 3 pounds overweight, it was a lot to stand on, bro. He came in 3 pounds overweight and he cheated.
But this is the problem. And I try my best to be a realist as far as this shit go. the man, Devin, he didn't have a problem with Ryan coming in overweight. Matter of fact, he betted the man that he was gonna come in overweight. So he didn't have a problem with that.
How he ain't have a problem with it? He wouldn't have asked for no money if he ain't have a problem for it. They were supposed to be fighting at 140.
If you really got a problem with it, no, nigga, make weight. If you don't make weight, and I know what you're gonna say. Well, you can't just call it. Nah, nigga. If you ain't finna make weight, if you're not gonna be professional about the shit, then I'm not finna. Devin thought he was gonna whoop Ryan ass. That's what Devin thought.
No,
So
but
hold
Ryan.
on. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that you don't believe that Devin Haney, when he took that the I don't know what it was, 200,000, 500,000, whatever it was per pound. When
He ain't even get it. But go ahead.
Well, damn if he got it or not. He took the bet on that, right? He took
Yeah,
that bet.
but what I'm saying is,
let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. He took that bet, so he was betting on himself, correct?
No. See, because Ryan Garcia, he was strategic about it, and that's what people act like they don't understand. He deliberately came in 3 pounds overweight because he knew that they couldn't make him lose the weight. It's a rule, and you can't lose that much weight. So they couldn't make him lose the weight. So the only other option Devin had was to fight him and take the money, or cancel the fight, or call the fight off. And we knew it was too much pressure for him to just call the fight off like that, bro.
The last thing Devin should be talking about some weight shit. That nigga play weight games, so I mean it happens.
Come on, bro. We not even going to try to let you deflect like that, bro.
The whole night. Calm down.
But you trying to deflect though. You trying to deflect, bro. You taking it somewhere else.
Hold on.
You trying to deflect, bro.
Hold on. Y'all out of order.
I gotta say this, though.
I got it. We going to teach, then we going to cash. And the reason we going to teach first, we gotta. Hey, look. When somebody say something, hey, everybody ain't got to respond. Hey, let the brother say what they're going to say. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If Cash say something you disagree with, we're going to come to you. If Frequent say something, we're going to come to you. If T say something, we're going to come to you. So, hey, let everybody get their points off and disagree. I ain't got no problem with it. But once you start over talking motherfuckers, I'm going to call y'all niggas out of order. I'm just telling you. Go ahead, Teach.
Yeah, so pretty much Dev knew that, he was gonna miss weight, right? That's why they made the bet before the weigh-in, right? I mean, that's all I gotta say. So it's
I can't disagree with it.
It's not like Dev didn't know that, he was gonna miss weight. He came in the same day and then he missed weight. He knew they were gonna miss weight. He made the bet, and when they came in, he missed weight, so he got the money. He did get some sort of money for missing weight. I just don't know how much.
Teach, who you got winning the rematch?
Devin.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, so all three of you guys are picking Devin, knowing that even in the amateurs, with bigger gloves on and shit, Ryan was able to hurt this nigga. So they get to the pros, and the first punch Ryan hit this nigga with didn't even land flush. That shit pretty much skimmed his damn face. That shit almost knocked the nigga down. So you think, well, I don't understand why you guys just don't see that Devin can't handle this dude's power. He couldn't handle it in the amateurs barely, and he definitely can't handle that shit. He couldn't handle it at 143, and you think he gonna handle that shit at 147. Hold on, let me finish my statement. You think he gonna handle Ryan that's not drunk every day, that's not smoking weed every day, and not fucking internet hoes and doing all this dumb shit? A Ryan that's even half focused, and don't let this nigga come in fully focused. Y'all must not been watching what the training Ryan been doing. He been working.
Don't forget not cheating, bro. You left that part out.
All right, little mama, quit crying about the nanograms. You had 365 days to cry about this shit, nigga.
You
Let it go.
deliberately leave it out though, every time.
Go dry your eyes, nigga. Go blow your nose, little nigga. Like this nigga, he cannot deal with Ryan's power, you guys. As soon as he get hit, you're pretty much betting on Devin fighting a perfect fight where Ryan don't land a single punch on his face.
Bruh,
That's pretty much what you're betting on.
No, the crazy thing is, hold on,
How did that shit work out
hold
for you
on,
the first
Cash, hold on,
time?
Cash. The crazy thing is when you say that we're betting on Devin fighting the perfect fight. Devin didn't, in your opinion, did Devin fight the perfect fight the first fight? Yes or no?
Hell no.
Okay, perfect. And he still lost in a split decision after getting knocked down.
It was a majority decision. Quit calling it a split
fine.
decision, nigga.
Fine.
He didn't win on any scorecard.
Fine.
Cool.
Fine. A majority decision after getting knocked down 3 times. That means that he. Hold on. Now you out of order. Now you out of order. You out of order, man.
He emotional, bro. That's what he do.
Can I finish? So, even with him doing that, getting knocked down as many times as he did, this man still lost in a majority decision. That means one less knockdown, he wins the fight.
You just left out half of what I said. That's a Ryan that was smoking every day, drinking every day, and fucking hoes.
Bro, you can tell me. You can.
And Oscarine, don't leave the Oscarine out, bro.
Hold on. See, this is the problem, Cash. You give him, or you make it a point. Hold on, Cash. You make it a point of him doing whatever he was doing at that time.
I'm gonna be here to hand out tissue to you niggas. I know that.
I didn't know. I don't know if he was doing. I don't know if he was doing it then. I don't know if he's doing it now. I don't know. All I'm saying is the only thing I do know, and the one thing that you will say don't mean anything. You will say that means something, but Oscarine doesn't mean anything. It's crazy work to me. It's crazy work, and I gotta tell you, Cash. You know you my brother. You know I love you.
I done already broke this down for you.
And it still don't make sense.
Really
it still don't make sense.
You really still don't make sense. You still ain't found no.
So at the end of the day, you can talk as much as you want to.
You too.
You out of order. You out of order, man.
I'm gonna be out of order sometimes.
Well, it wouldn't
be emotional. That's what it is, bro.
Ho. Now you ain't gonna call my brother ain't emotional like that. Shout out to my brother Cash. He reasonable. He very reasonable. I know Cash. All I'm saying is you out of order, man. If you're gonna utilize these things and then say all of a sudden Oscarine don't mean nothing. Right, you can't have it both ways, and that's what you're looking to have. You're looking to have it both ways. Did Ryan Garcia cheat?
Y'all need to learn.
Did Ryan Garcia cheat?
To learn some shit.
It's a yes or no question. Did Ryan Garcia cheat?
He took some tainted supplements.
Did he cheat? Yeah, it's a yes or no question.
That's what you want to call it. Call it whatever you want.
I'm asking you, did he cheat? Yes or no?
That's what you want to call it.
I'm asking you.
You want to think nanograms?
Don't worry about what I'm thinking. I'm asking you.
The ultimate hope powers. Then keep thinking that.
And this is the crazy thing, Cash.
You niggas gonna be crying in the rematch.
Why can't you just answer the question? Did the man cheat?
Did he get suspended for cheating?
Oh,
he emotional, bro. He emotional.
Did he get suspended for cheating?
Nope. He got suspended for
for
not.
He got suspended for cheating. Yeah, he got suspended for cheating.
He got suspended. Well, technically, it was cheating, but he got suspended for not
letting them know how he was going to cheat.
Failure to disclose the supplement.
So they know what it is.
All I'm saying is this though. But all I'm saying, Cash. And I don't know what I don't know what it is. I don't know what you got. And I understand. You can't say that Ryan Garcia cheated.
I tried to explain to you how much I know about these PEDs, bro.
You didn't explain it. I
didn't explain it in detail for you.
And you'll continue to say that man.
You don't take nanograms of anything to try to cheat.
You don't know what was in this system before.
And he flushed it with IVs. This dude is slow, bro. He must be. He gotta be.
Calculate that.
You told me how to calculate it, but the problem is even telling me how to calculate it, we still don't know when it was taken.
You know, he got clean tests up until when?
Here we go.
Yeah,
Povetkin got 10 years of his boxing career reversed over Oscarine, and you saying Oscarine don't do nothing. Come on, bro. Miss me with that, bro. Miss us with that, bro.
Go check his levels.
You sound stupid right now, bro.
Caught with nanograms, dumbass nigga.
He got 10 years of his career turned around, but Oscar for a drug that don't do nothing.
I don't want to get too far into the back and forth in that one. I want to bring my sister in here. I got to get Teach in here first. Teach, go ahead. Then I got to get my sister.
Teach went before all us. Get her in there and then me.
Well, you and Cash and
If
me,
you in the back of
you
the
and
line, nigga,
Cash,
quit crying like a little girl.
just done been in the
You,
smoke.
you messing up the order though.
Well, I don't know how you gonna tell me I'm miss. I show
No,
you.
I just wanted to respond to what Teach said at first, but I can't never get around to it because you keep resetting it though. I wanted to speak to what Teach said because he went before he did.
Go ahead and respond accordingly, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that when
Land the plane, nigga.
Dang, already? I just took off, bro. My battery full charge. No, but Teach, when Devin, you was right. Devin did know that Ryan. He already suspected that Ryan was going to come in overweight, But what he didn't know was that Ryan was going to come in 3 pounds overweight and not be, able, to enforce making him lose the weight, because when you come in 3 pounds overweight, they don't make you can't make him lose the weight. See, if Ryan would have came over like 1 pound overweight, Devin would have got paid, and he could have said he just would have told Ryan Garcia he got until such and such time before the fight to make the weight. They could have forced him to make the weight, but Ryan was strategic about coming in 3 pounds overweight, so he got hit with the whammy. So he had to, decide whether he was going to call off the fight or just accept the money and let Ryan be overweight.
But he accepted
so that's
the
what
money.
happened.
But he accepted the money. I can't give him credit for that. He accepted the money. He accepted
It's not about him accepting the money that he didn't really get all of it. They said he didn't get the money, but it's not about that. It's about the fact that he was saying that Devin already knew he was going to come overweight. Yeah, Devin knew he was going to come overweight, but he thought he was going to be able to make him lose the weight. Give him, before the fight, but he couldn't.
But if Devin knew and was willing to take the money, if he knew, and I don't know if the money was paid or not. I done heard stories. I don't know.
It was paid? Y'all,
no, it wasn't paid. They said they never got the money.
Now y'all out of order.
All you gotta do is read the
now you out of
order.
Cash, you out of order,
their
man.
little court shit. All
you
of it's
out of
in
order,
there. All
man.
of it's in there.
All right, we're gonna have to drop it. Get Cash a link. We gonna get
me out of here.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Cash, you know I ain't gonna kick you out of here. You my brother.
Because y'all capping right now. I'm just trying
but
to
you out of
He would
order.
have got 1.5.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
Cash.
No.
Rough on him now.
No, he needs to know.
Okay.
He's always crying.
You crying right now. Stop crying. Stop crying, nigga.
I'm trying to give you the facts.
Stop crying.
Crying.
We ain't trying to hear you with the tears.
Nigga, you can never make me cry, nigga.
I ain't trying to. Hey, you the one crying up here. I ain't trying to make
sound
you
good.
Hey, it can sound. We'll let the audience judge accordingly.
The price would have been 1.5 million, right? If he got paid.
Hold on, now you out of order. Frequent. This is the point that I'm making, and I got to get my sister Ty in here. I got to get and I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I want to get both of y'all back in here, but y'all niggas so far out of order, and I say that respectfully.
Hey, let the queen talk. I want to hear what the queen has to say.
And now you out of order again.
Let me say this real quick.
Hold on. How everybody gonna talk before me?
Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
Everybody got something to say. I got you. I try my best. Hold on. Let me give you this.
I try my best to tell the truth. People don't like my style, how I talk, my delivery, but you ain't catching me in half truth and lie.
You might as well get rid of that one.
I like that one.
Yeah, it don't fit Doug. It don't work for Doug, but go ahead.
The fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you?
I'm gonna just keep giving them. Hey, shout out to my brother Cash, and that's my brother right there. I ain't gonna lie to you, that's my brother, straight out of Alaska. You know what I'm saying, igloo style. But at the same time, you out of order, man. You out of order.
Ain't nobody living in no fucking igloo.
He's in a fishing hole with penguins and stuff.
Nah. Shout out to my brother, man. That's my brother. All right. And I ain't gonna lie to you, we got some other shit we're gonna be doing as far as conspiracy. Hey, the conspiracy shows are gonna get they about to get real wild pretty soon. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Shout out to my brother Cash, man. Always sending great information to me. So I got a lot of love for Cash. I got a lot of love for him.
Dub, y'all was talking about the dire wolf and all of that stuff yet?
Say it again.
Y'all was talking about them bringing back the dire wolves and all of that stuff.
No, we ain't got that.
Man, there's so much bigger shit going on in that.
Yeah, we ain't got to the dire wolves, man. We got other shit that we cooking on as far
Just
as
quit ducking the episodes, nigga. You need to show up.
Pull up, hey, and we try a bit. We got tomorrow may be one. I got to see what I got with my brother Marky Dan, man. Marky Dan want to talk politics, and so we'll talk politics. We may have a dual show tomorrow. It'll probably be politics and conspiracies because he want to talk. A lot of what he want to talk about goes into the conspiracy stuff, but I done forgot what the fuck I was finna say. So let me go ahead and get my sister Ty in here. Let me get Teach back in here and let these niggas cool down. Ty, go ahead, sis. My apologies.
Well, yeah, no, I had to step away for a moment. What exactly are we talking about?
You tell me. You got these.
I don't know. From what I heard, what are we arguing about exactly?
Really
You was about to talk about how Ryan Garcia wasn't on Ostarine and stuff.
No. Really. Hold on. Really, where it went, it went back to the boxing dads. Bill Haney, Devin Haney, accepting the money. You know what I'm saying? As far as knowing that Ryan Garcia going to be or isn't going to make weight, and then whether we think, and let's do it this way. I think that Ryan Garcia, he stopped rolling. I think Devin beat. I don't think Devin stopped Jose Ramirez. I think Jose Ramirez is, in my opinion, I think he's a fantastic fighter, or a good fighter, at least a good fighter. I ain't gonna say fantastic. I don't know what happened in Tio and Arnold Barbosa. I got T.O., but I think Arnold Barbosa got a good chance to win that fight. The question is, Devin versus Ryan, the first time. And I know you or hell, I don't know what you're gonna say. Let me put it that way. Who
Devin
versus Ryan the first time? Devin versus Ryan the first time. Did Ostarine mean anything? Did the weight and me personally, I'm not giving the weight any kind of clout because hell, he bet on the weight. He already knew the nigga was gonna come in. He wanted the money for the weight. So I can't give him too much credit for that. The Ostarine piece of it and Bill telling me that shit, when I asked him give Devin fans something to stand on. My brother, I believe Frequent said we had everything to stand on as far as, I don't know, shit, Ostarine, I guess. But what's your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I'm of the belief that Ryan was set up, but that's just a personal belief that I have. Simply
Who said? Hold on. You said Ryan was set up.
Damn, can she get her bars off, nigga?
Yes.
Hold on. I'll let. She gonna get her bars off, and I'm gonna let her. Well, I gotta hold on. Who set Ryan up? Who set him up?
We need to talk about that on the conspiracy show, man. Say that for the conspiracy.
I'll save it for the conspiracy. So that's
we not talking about none of that on the conspiracy show.
Yeah, I was just joking, Queen. Go ahead.
All of them. Who set Ryan up? Who set him up?
From my personal belief, I believe that Victor Conti, Zab Judah, whoever was in charge of giving Ryan the supplements to cut those last 3 pounds, I believe something was done. And the reason I believe that is because prior to the results of Ryan's test coming out, Devin's little brother was on his IG saying that Allah told him that Ryan was going to test positive. Right. Couple that with the fact that he was testing all the way up until the fight and was never testing, positive for anything. And then after the fight, all of a sudden, he gets, he tests dirty. During the fight, I do believe that Harvey Doc was helping Devin He didn't call 2, 3 knockdowns during that fight. So I'm just not really buying that whole Ryan was on Oscarine thing, and the fact that he beat him 3 times in the amateurs as well. So it's not completely outrageous to think that, Ryan could beat Devin. He's already beat him 3 times.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
This nigga
Didn't he lose 3 times too, though, Queen?
Yes, he did. But what I'm saying to you is it's not completely out of the realm to say that Ryan could win, because he did win 3 times, and yes, Devin won 3 times. My point is it was split. There was no Oscarine then. You know what I'm saying?
But it was
Oscarine now,
it
though.
It was Oscarine now. It was.
And that is what y'all believe, and I believe what I believe. Now, as far as the 3 pounds, as you said,
The fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you?
See how they treat you?
Wow, that was unnecessary.
It ain't personal.
Nah, I mean, but like you said, as far as the money, it's a wash, because once you take the money for the 3 pounds, then it's like, whatever. You said the rematch. I don't know if they actually do rematch. I got Ryan again, simply because I think that he lives rent free in Devin's head. I don't think Devin is over that. I really don't. So, but we'll see how he performs against, who was that? Ramirez, right?
Jose Ramirez, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see how he looks. Like we were discussing last night, I want to see how he looks against Ramirez. See if he's gun shy. See, you know what I mean? If he gets hit with something, how he reacts. So it all hinges on May 2nd.
Hold on now, and I want to take this back to the fathers, because that's the topic of the show.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
This since we got a Muslim on the panel,
I had a question too, but go ahead.
Frequent. Has Allah ever talked to you? Does he talk to you and tell you certain things that's gonna happen?
Hold on, man.
It depends on what you call.
Really
it depends on. Right? Dang, you ain't gonna let me answer it, bro?
It depends. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got. Hold on. Oh, wait. Let me. Y'all out of order, man.
I want to run.
We gonna let Frequent go ahead. Let Frequent answer that accordingly. And I say it respectfully. I say that respectfully because go ask the question one more time, Cash. Did you say?
Man, it was kind of rhetorical, man. I knew this nigga was gonna say something.
I know what he said. He didn't even get to hear me say nothing.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say ask the question again and let him respond.
He knows what I asked. Go ahead, Frequent.
You said did Allah ever talk to me before? That's just to be clear. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, don't give me no damn. Don't run me around the block, nigga. Come on, you know what I'm asking.
Okay, so now I can answer it. Okay, so my answer was, it depends on what you call talking to a person. Because of course, people going to try to make it funny and say, "Oh yeah, you didn't hear his voice," like they're picturing, Allah speaking and you hearing his voice saying, "Yeah, Ryan Garcia is going to pop dirty," or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But if God is the sole controller, he controls everything. Everything is decreed. Everything is already predetermined and written. Then that means that the things that you have a hunch on is from God, right? The things that you think might happen, it might be a weird coincidence, but exactly what you thought is exactly, what happened. What you thought was going to happen might have happened, and you might take heed to it and take action to protect yourself from it, or you might just fall victim to it. But we all had those hunches that we have, those thoughts that we have about things. And I see that as God talking to you. So I could say it's not, beyond the scope of possibility that he could have got a hunch or something that he thought Ryan Garcia was going to pop dirty, and he did pop dirty.
Hey, real quick, let me do things the right way, man.
He didn't say he got a hunch, fam.
Hold on, real quick. We got the OG in the building, man. Y'all make sure y'all go follow KQKC. If it weren't for KQ, I wouldn't know nothing about this boxing community. I wouldn't know nothing about starting a channel, anything like that. Shout out to the OG, man. KQ, welcome to the show, my brother. Man, give me your opening statement. You done heard us up here talking crazy. So what you got for us, OG?
Well, I don't think y'all were talking crazy, but I did have a few things to say. I'm gonna hop off because I still got to do a show in the morning.
Absolutely.
But definitely listen. With okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, just one second.
Not OG. Not you out of order.
Okay,
we
I'm
gotta
sorry.
call you. We gotta call everybody out of order. Who out of order?
Okay.
You out of order, OG.
Okay,
Respect.
let me
I say
think.
that respectfully.
Okay. Now, I was saying that Ryan and Devin, I believe that both are gonna be a good fight, but I have to say Ryan's still gonna do the same thing to Devin. I believe that Ryan is bigger, and I told everyone this was gonna happen. I told that by Devin squeezing down all the way down to 35, all the way down to 35. Then when he went running to someone his size, he's gonna have a problem. And now he had some problem. Now he's going up there with the big guys. And when you don't have any punching power, then what else do you have to keep them guys off of you?
Hold on, OG. Let me ask you this real quick. Let me ask you this before we get to Ryan. Do you think he beats Jose Ramirez? And Jose Ramirez, that's a bigger guy. And you're saying that he was squeezing down. Do you think he beats Jose Ramirez, or do you think he loses Jose Ramirez?
I think he can edge it out on Jose Ramirez. Why? Because he's older now. He's a little bit slower now. He has 1 foot out and 1 foot in. That's why I think was that Top Rank got rid of him, and he just put it this way. Devin has it easier than Ryan has it easier.
Huh? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, OG.
Yeah, he out of order, bro.
Hold on, OG. And you know you and you know I got
wait. The reason why I say that.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on, OG. You know I ain't got nothing but love for you. But what you're telling me is Rolly Romero is a better fighter than.
No, I ain't saying a better.
You just said that Ryan. You just said Devin got it easier than Ryan do. You just said that.
Yes, cause one thing about Rolly, I call him semi-retarded, right? I mean that's what I call him.
We can't. I don't know if we can use that.
Okay.
He ride the short bus. He ride. We gonna say he ride the short bus.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I think he can punch. I really do. I think he can punch, and only he just uncoordinated.
So you give him a better chance than you give Rolly a better chance to win against Ryan Garcia.
Right.
Then you give hold on. You give Rolly a better chance than you give Jesus Ramirez, excuse me, the unified champion. You're saying that you think Rolly has a better chance to win?
Yeah, because his punching power, man. And he has gotten, I know he's not the best of the fighter and this and that, but he has gotten better. Not too much better, but he has gotten better because he does have power.
So you think Devin washed Ramirez? You just think he washed him?
I don't think he washed him now. I don't think Devin gonna wash him now. Don't think that. But I think Devin has a chance to beat Jose Ramirez. I do. I really do. I really believe that. Then again, hold on, y'all. We don't know what Devin Head is at right now. Because Devin Head, now he coming off that fight with Ryan, and that was, man, a beatdown. And sometimes when fighters take a whooping like that, we don't know how they're going to come back. They may come back gun shy. They might come back second thinking themselves. They don't want to get hit or anything can possibly happen.
Did EJ beat Mario Barrios?
You think EJ would beat Mario Barrios?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I haven't seen Earl Spence lately, though, man. So I can't really say right now. Earl body been through a lot of trauma. Now, you want to ask, if you ask me personally, I'd rather see Earl Spence just retire and go on and do what he got to do.
I
But
agree with you. I agree with that.
I just don't think his body been through a lot of punishment, wear and tear, all that stuff, man. And that's just how I feel, man. Because I don't know, Ryan look like he got his head on straight. He's not smoking, drinking, and PEDs. Those were none but supplements. That's all it was. Supplements, and I'm with Ty. I think somebody slipped some PEDs to him because wasn't a guy named RZA? He's a strength and conditioning coach. Well, he might do some
No, you
things.
talking about Scooter.
OG, hold on. And OG, you know you the big homie, OG. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Them just bars off there and you the big homie.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
You sound like this sound like the same thing Kid Austin or Schofield Senior. Oh, the man.
Now that's not the same thing.
Hold on.
It is the same thing, Queen. It is.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta be. Hold on. We gotta be in order on the show. We gotta be in order. And I started the out of orderness. I started it. So OG, finish your point. I'm out of order. I started out of orderness.
No. I mean, you be out of what you call order. Or you
already know what it is, huh? You already know what it is. OG.
I mean, did he say that? He said somebody did it. What did he say?
Kid Austin.
A ninja masseuse rubbed some cream on his back and then threw a smoke bomb down and disappeared.
This was the whole show tonight.
You got so much going on, frequent. That's ridiculous.
But OG, real quick. Hold on, OG, real quick. We were talking about boxing fathers, how Bill and like I said, I think Bill was out of order. I didn't say that. We heard Kid Austin father speak on niggas ripping up passports, putting drugs in the car, the tow truck driver getting them out of, I don't know what the tow truck driver got him out of. I don't know how that happened. The SWAT team coming for the man was out of order, right?
Right.
And so we were speaking on individual being out of order. All I'm saying is Ryan Garcia having Ostarine in the system, coming in overweight. The man was out of order. We would agree on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I wanted to ask.
Hold on, frequent. OG, we would agree on that, right?
Right.
That Ryan Garcia was out of order.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
All right. So if the man was out of order, then what we going at Devin for?
So let me ask you a question.
I'm not going at
Devin. Are you saying the only reason that Ryan won is because of Ostarine? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I didn't say that. What I said.
What you say? I'm going at Devin.
We saying ain't nobody slip him no stuff though.
What I said is that Ryan Garcia, the reason that he won that fight, first off, is because Devin, in my opinion, fought the wrong fight. That's the reason I believe Devin lost that fight. Ryan won the fight. But also,
True.
I think that because the man came in, didn't care about the weight, came in 3 pounds overweight, also was caught cheating as far as the Ostarine in the system. My brother Cash is going to tell me it don't mean nothing. Shout out to my brother Cash, and I think he know more about those supplements than I know. I think he does know that. I shout out to my brother Cash. At the same time, it ain't supposed to be there anyway. So I don't care about none of that. You came in. I think all of that played in. But I do think that Devin fought the wrong fight. I absolutely think that. I said that from the beginning. So, I mean, I don't know what you want from me.
Well, for starters, I want you to lead with that
quick?
next time y'all go with this whole Ostarine thing, because I've noticed a pattern with everyone who says, Ostarine. I never hear anybody mention that Devin fought the wrong fight. I never hear that part mentioned. So
I've said that from the beginning.
I'm not just easy there, Tiger. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about everyone as a whole who loves to say that Ryan cheated. Well, Devin didn't fight his fight. Nobody brings that part up.
So what? You don't got to bring that up when somebody cheating.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
You
You don't
don't
even
go
want to
to
tell
the
the full
other side when
story.
somebody cheating. When they cheating, they
You
cheating.
can't just say one side
But
of
the
the
truth, hold
story.
on. The
You gotta
truth is
say
the
the reason he
truth.
lost.
The truth is the truth.
Yes,
And
the
at the
full
end of the
truth
day,
is the truth.
even
Forget half truths and
even
lies,
before
because now y'all
before
telling half truths and lies.
Tell
I
him.
need to drop. I need to drop.
before I knew that Ryan popped dirty, right after the fight, I popped up on KO panel. And y'all know I ain't ducking no smoke. So KO, hey, I pulled up and I said, man, Devin fought the wrong fight. In my opinion, he fought the wrong fight. That's what I said. And at the end of the day, when it comes out that the man, and I don't give Devin credit for the overweight shit. You paid for that. You or you took the money for that, if that makes sense. I don't know if you got paid. I don't know how that went down. But you sat there and said, all right, 500,000 per pound. That's what you said.
That's part of what my question. My question was to that though, Dub. If a person, so him accepting the money, does that somehow take away the advantage that Ryan Garcia had? How can you say he
It's
didn't
not.
have an advantage
Hold on.
because he accepted the money?
If you accept the money, then you accept the advantage.
Yeah, but that don't mean that the advantage go away. We're
It
talking
doesn't
about
matter.
why he. We're talking about why he
Now
won,
you out
not.
of order. Now you out of order. Because if you're gonna tell me an individual gonna sit there and say, I'm gonna take the money, even though I know you're gonna come in overweight, but I'll take the money for it, right? I'm gonna put a price tag on the money and take that. If that's what the fighter gonna do, knowing that this individual gonna come in overweight.
But that's
Hell,
irrelevant when we're
no,
talking
it's
about
not.
why.
No, it's not irrelevant.
We're talking about why he won.
No. You see, you missing the point. The why gets excluded at that point. The reason the why gets.
I think that's crazy.
Hold on. I'm
That's
gonna tell you why.
diabolical.
I'm gonna tell you why. The why gets excluded because you accepted the why when you said that I'm gonna take the money. You accepted the why. You accepted that.
Because you accept it don't mean that the advantage goes away magically, though. I don't see how you don't see that reality.
Then see, and my problem is if you're gonna accept it, how the fuck? I'm not gonna defend some shit you accept.
We're talking how you can accept. How? I don't understand that because if you're saying we're not talking about how Devin felt or if Devin was right or wrong. We're just talking about the reason why Ryan won the fight.
No,
Devin accepting it or not don't have nothing to do with his advantage that he had.
It has everything to do with it. It has everything to do with it.
Well, I just don't understand.
If you see, you can't say that a nigga has an advantage when somebody that came in at a fight and said, I'm accepting this. Once you accepted it, it's no longer the advantage. You accepted that advantage. You know
how is it? See, you said it right there. You double talked. You said it's no longer advantage. He accepted the advantage. There's an advantage. He's just acknowledging it.
All right. Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it then.
Shit.
Let me rephrase it. He accepted the advantage, but once he accepts the advantage, it's no longer the advantage. The reason
how? That
because
don't
he
make sense.
accepted it. He accepted it.
So he accepted it. So he wasn't 3 pounds overweight no more.
No,
Think about that, bro. What you're saying?
It doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because Devin knew that, and Devin said, okay. He said, okay.
We're not talking about if Devin accepted it or not. We're talking about the clear advantage. The reason why there was an outcome to the fight like that. That don't have nothing to do with no money paid or none of that stuff.
And this is why me and you had a problem from the beginning. And I say this respectfully. You still my brother. I say this respectfully. We had the problem from the beginning on KO panel because I'm not giving Devin credit because he took the money. He said
you're not giving Devin credit, but I'm not giving Devin credit.
You are. You're literally saying it's an advantage given. It's not an advantage given once you took the money. It's not an advantage anymore.
How? It is an advantage given. You took the money to give them the advantage.
You accepted it.
You accepted the advantage. The advantage don't go away.
If me, oh my God, This is crazy work.
When they was deflating the balls, bro, nobody said, yo, they just wasn't playing hard. They lost because they wasn't playing tight enough defense. So what? The ball was deflated. He let his man cut to the side. He let his man snatch the ball from him.
They didn't take money for the balls being deflated. They didn't take money for that.
This is crazy work.
That don't matter, bro. But you saying,
oh my God, bro, this is crazy work.
The money part don't take away the advantage, is what I'm saying. It don't matter if they would have accepted some money for them to deflate the ball. Do that mean that the ball wasn't deflated? They still had the advantage because the ball was deflated. It's cheating, bro.
Frequent gonna be like 91 years on his deathbed talking about Ryan still cheating.
No, y'all, because y'all, I don't know what y'all logic don't be normal, bro.
No,
the advantage don't go away because money was exchanged, bro.
All right. So
then we lost
at what point? At what point do you say? I'm gonna blame the individual who accepted the money? At what point does that?
It's not about the blame. I do blame. I agree with you on that. I blame Devin. I blame Devin for allowing him to get away with that, for not calling off the fight. But that don't take away the advantage.
You can't criticize Ryan for if Devin accepted it. You can't criticize Ryan for that.
Bro, we're not critics. We're talking about. We're talking about. Listen, we're talking about why we think he lost the fight. You get that? We're talking about why we think he lost the fight. So how we get to giving somebody credit or criticizing somebody? We're not talking about the criticism.
Once again, because we're talking about why he lost the fight, and you're sitting here saying that the weight meant something, right? You agree?
Yes.
And so
we all know that. Do we think it did?
Wait a minute.
Come on, man.
So we have to criticize Devin because he accepted that.
We criticize him.
That's the individual who should be criticized in that situation.
We're not talking about criticism right now. We're talking about the reason.
Talking about the whole time.
No, we're talking about the reason Ryan won the fight. We're talking about what won him the fight. What was the reason that he won the fight? You said he fought the wrong fight. You can say Ryan Garcia had drugs in his system. You can say he was 3 pounds overweight, but you can't say, oh, he accepted money, so he wasn't 3 pounds overweight now because he accepted the money. He still was 3 pounds overweight. Devin just accepted it. We're talking about why he won the fight, the physical advantages that made him win the fight. We can't say that just because he accepted money that he wasn't 3 pounds overweight now.
If a fighter accepts it, then that's on them. It's not.
You're right. You're right, but that still doesn't.
You're literally blaming and I understand if you were to go with the Austrian thing. I understand that piece of it. I know what Cash would say, but at the same time, I understand that piece of it. What we're saying, what you're literally saying right now, an individual, Devin Haney, the fighter himself, accepts that this man is gonna come in overweight and said that I'm gonna beat his ass anyways. I'll take the money and I'm gonna beat his ass, and then didn't go out there and do that. Now the Austrian, if you were to say that, I understand that piece of it. I do understand that.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, what you're arguing right now is that even though Devin accepted the money, hey, we can't judge that brother accordingly because Ryan was overweight. No, Devin accepted.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not. That's what I think. That's where the disconnect is at. You're thinking that I'm saying that we can't judge Devin for that. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we do judge Devin for that. He was stupid for allowing him to come in 3 pounds overweight. But when we're talking about the reasons that we think Ryan Garcia won the fight, we can't take that advantage away because Devin accepted money for it. That's what I'm saying. That advantage is still there, bro. You can't say, "Oh, we're not gonna count that one." That one don't even count. He wasn't 3 pounds overweight because Devin accepted the money. No, he was still 3 pounds overweight.
30 minutes to cry about this straight. Now,
ain't nobody crying. I'm just trying to get y'all to understand what I'm saying. I don't see how y'all don't see that.
I understand perfectly what you're saying, Frequent. I mean, you're saying, okay, he took the money, but Ryan was still overweight. It's really not an advantage anymore because he knows about it. And on fight night, you know that Devin weighed more than Ryan, right?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
That's not
Yes,
true.
he did.
And
3 pounds.
No, he didn't.
He
Yes, he
did.
did by 3 pounds.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. So you don't even know
No,
the
he
fact.
didn't. Prove it.
Let
Pull
me
it
say
up.
this real quick.
Pull it up, bro.
Mute your mic, nigga. Damn, you been crying for the
Pull
last
it
30
up,
minutes.
bro. Pull it up.
Let me get this off.
Cash, go ahead, Cash.
This is you guys are gonna have a hard reality when this rematch comes. Like
it won't be a hard
Devin's
reality
best
for me.
chance, his best chance was to win that fight. Win the Ryan that was all over the place, acting crazy, smoking, drinking, and all this shit. That was his best chance to win because the reality of it is Ryan's the better fighter, Devin's the better boxer. Ryan's natural ability cancel out anything Devin doing because anytime this nigga Ryan hit this nigga flush or clean or half clean, Devin is hurt. So he has to fight a perfect fight. Literally, he can't get punched in his face one time by Ryan because when he does, the fight is over.
So let me.
Hold on, nigga, goddamn. And on top of that, if you guys were watching the fight, Ryan lost points on shit that he really shouldn't have lost points on because in the third round, Harvey Doc warned Devin for punching on the break, but as soon as Ryan did it, what'd he do? He took a point. He didn't count 2 or 3 of the knockdowns. So this whole Devin only lost by 1 point bullshit, man, sounds good.
So if Regis would have punched Devin in the face, you don't think that Devin would have been hurt?
Calm your
If Regis would have punched him in the face, you don't think that he would have been hurt?
Hold on, frequent. Hold on, real quick. Frequent. Hey, Cash, finish your point.
Nigga
And
just
then I'll
cried for
let
30
frequent
fucking
respond
minutes.
accordingly.
Can't calm his little ass down.
No, hey, you ain't gotta.
Why you cursing, bro? Why you
Wait a
getting
minute.
emotional? Stop being emotional.
We ain't doing none of that. Cash, finish your point. Hey, frequent, you respond accordingly. Respect.
Now go ahead, frequent.
Okay, Cash done. Go ahead, frequent.
Now you ain't got no tears. All right.
No, I'm waiting for you to go ahead and say what you was gonna say.
No, he said he ain't had nothing else. He said he ain't had nothing else.
You done with it? No, but Ryan, you're saying that Ryan Garcia, you know what I'm saying, anytime he touched Devin, Devin's going to be hurt. Devin has to fight a perfect fight. So my question to you was, if Regis Prograis had caught Devin with a clean punch, you don't think that would have hurt him too?
Frequent, but you know, Regis got the short T-Rex arms. Ryan don't have that crazy disadvantage with the reach.
We're talking about we're just talking about getting punched clean. I'm saying I'm negating his T-Rex arms or whatever. I'm saying if he would have caught him with a clean punch, you think he would have been hurt?
Bro, nobody picked Regis to win that fight. Frequent. I definitely did it, man.
Bro, you dancing around the question, bro. You dancing.
I knew Devin was gonna box circles around Regis. That don't even make your question.
So you don't think Devin could box circles around Ryan? That's what you're saying.
Why are you trying to exchange Ryan for Regis, man?
So you don't think? No, I was just talking about the power there. I was just talking about the power. So you don't think that Devin can box circles around Ryan? You think Ryan is a better boxer than Devin?
I already said Devin's a better boxer, but he's not like he's light years ahead of this nigga.
When Devin boxed and didn't try to walk Ryan down, he won the rounds.
Okay,
now
but
that I will agree with.
Ryan took those rounds
Devin
off,
is
my
definitely
nigga.
a better boxer.
You know Ryan took a lot of these rounds off, and you can't count on Ryan coming in there out of shape and smoking and shit, bro. You got to expect to get the best Ryan this time. That's what you guys should be thinking about. Not getting that same Ryan that you've seen, getting a Ryan that's focused. That's what you better be thinking.
Ryan said he wasn't doing all of that stuff. He said it was apple juice. That's what Ryan said.
Hold on, frequent. Ty, go ahead, sis.
No, I was just telling Frequent I agree with him. I don't think that Ryan can box with Devin, just like Devin can't bang with Ryan. So in this next fight, if we do make it to the rematch, Devin is going to have to be extremely strategic. He's going to have to move extremely well, get his head off the line, because you know that Ryan will spam that left hook. And if he spams that left hook and he catches him, we may see a duplicate of the first fight. But if Devin maybe stays poised and stays maybe on the outside, hoping that Ryan is not in tip-top condition, which I think he will be because he has something to prove this time, It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. And like I said, you are right. Ryan can't box with Devin, just like Devin can't bang with Ryan. So we're going to see.
But we all know Devin needs his jab. Once you take his jab away, Devin's whole ability to outbox you like he's some super good boxer, it goes out the window. And that's what Derrick James had Ryan ready to do. Take that nigga's jab away.
I think, you know, a lot of people saying that Harvey Dock was letting Devin get away with stuff, but I think it's the opposite. He was letting Ryan Garcia get away with a bunch of stuff. Ryan Garcia was turning his back to Devin and curling up, doing a silly shove. And when Devin starts hitting him, he starts warning Devin not to hit him in the back, but the man is turning his back to him. Where is he supposed to hit him at? You know what I'm saying? He was warning Devin for hitting him while he's turning around instead of warning him for turning his back. You can't turn your back in a fight.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? It's a standing 8 count or it's a point taken away. It's everything except for what Harvey Dock did to Devin, told him, you know, warned him about punching Ryan. So what's he supposed to do now? Now Ryan gets to turn around and curl up, you know, whenever he feel like he's in trouble.
He took a point from Ryan. He warned Devin, but he took a point from Ryan.
No, he didn't take no point from Ryan. He did not take a point.
No, he did.
Yes, he did. Nigga, what fight did you watch?
Not for turning his back. He took a point. He took a point for hitting on the break.
Yes,
I'm talking about for him turning his back. He allowed Ryan to turn his back to Devin and warn Devin for hitting him when he turned his back. So now Devin can't hit him when he's turning his back. So what's he supposed to do? That's why he started jabbing him in his rib. You know what I'm saying? Which I think was stupid. But the ref put him in that position where he couldn't even throw no punches. Really, you know, he was supposed to warn Ryan for turning his back.
You're being super biased, bro. But
how am I being biased, bro? You can turn your back in the boxing match.
Nah, you can't.
So off topic.
You can't. Yeah, that's all y'all can do is say, let's go to a different topic, or I'm being biased, but y'all can't say that what I'm saying is not true, though.
That we got off a topic. To tell you the goddamn truth, Sprinkler, I really don't give a damn one way or the other. We will see.
No, but what I'm saying is it's true, though. What I'm saying, though, Queen, I'm saying that it's true. You can't turn your back in the boxing ring. You're not supposed to. It's a standing 8 count. It's a point taken or any.
You're right. So let me ask you a question, right? Y'all all up in arms about this knee. So should Harvey Dock be fired?
No, if what's his name didn't get fired for not calling the knee, then I don't think he should get fired either.
That's what I'm talking about. Because
that was way worse than what he did.
Okay.
Hold on,
so now we measure what's worse.
Wait a minute. All right. We got to be in order tonight, man. And we getting ready to shut the show down because I ain't gonna lie, y'all Negroes out of order. And I love y'all. And so I gotta say though, ain't no way you can tell Harvey Dock to do anything if and shout out to my brother, what's his name? Steve Wilkes, man. Shout out to Steve Wilkes. One of my favorite referees. I'm not a big fan of Harvey Dock. Me personally.
The cockeyed one? That's the cockeyed one?
Yeah. You already know what y'all call it.
That's not nice, Queen.
But at the same time,
hey, y'all have a good night. My son done woke up crying, man. I got y'all. I'll hit y'all tomorrow. Get y'all tomorrow.
I'm shutting this motherfucker down anyway. Hey, Cash, real quick. Damn, Cash left. Shout out to my brother Cash, man. We got some shit we're gonna be rocking on tomorrow. I'm gonna just tell you. I'm gonna just say, and I want to get both of y'all last words after this. Look, Steve Wilkes was out of order. Harvey Dock was out of order. I ain't got no problem saying neither one of it. And at the end of the day, when it comes to these fights, I just want to see clean shit happen, man. I want to see individuals at the top of their game. And in one situation, I don't know, y'all tell me, Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach. I know, hey, folks hate when you bring that fight up. And I got the drop for y'all. I'm gonna let everybody go. I'm gonna play the drop now. I got the drop for it. Y'all already know what it is. But hey, he did. Hey, Tank won. Hey, well, it was a draw. Excuse me. I was gonna say Tank won. It was a draw. In the Devin Haney situation, I think what y'all are saying that Devin was saved from a knockout. So, hey, both refs was out of order, which is fine.
Bro, I said I thought Dev should have took a knee, man. He should have took a knee.
I ain't got no problem with it. Shit. He was getting his. Hey, I ain't got no problem with it. All I'm saying is we seen one thing happen one way, another thing happen another way. But man, we got to shut this thing down tonight. And what we is? Hey, we 3 hours in. Hell, 4 hours in, man. We 4 hours in. I ain't expecting it to be this long. And so, frequent. I appreciate you, my brother. I gotta tell you this before I let you give your last statements. Man, keep cooking, man, stay on these niggas' helmets, man. I don't find niggas, and I thought, man, you was on the opposite side at one point in time. I think you called me out and said, "Who is this nigga?" I believe those were your words. But.
No, I knew you though. I know you. I saw you on KO Chan. I knew who you was. So I just was saying that because because of what you were saying, your take on it just was different.
Hey, I'm gonna talk. Hey, anything I tell you, I guarantee. I believe everything I say. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna get up here and lie to y'all. I ain't got no reason to lie to y'all. Matter of fact, I try my. Hold on, let me give you the drop real. And y'all can tell I'm out of order right now. I'm probably out of order, but get what I try my best to do.
Heaven. I try my best to tell the truth. People don't like my style, how I talk, my delivery, but you ain't catching me in half truths and lies.
You ain't catching me in half truths and lies. But shout out to my brother Frequent, man. Frequent, you're always welcome over here, my brother. Give me your last words, my brother.
Hey, man, bro, I'm gonna take it all the way back to
keep fighting,
the fathers.
Keep doing your thing out here, man. Keep doing your thing. I ain't mad.
No doubt, man. You too. But I'm gonna take it all the way back to the fathers. I think the fathers is doing a great job. I think Schofield, he's learning on the job. He really not that seasoned, but he's doing the best he can though.
He out of order, man. He out of order.
One thing we can say about what he's doing is working though, because everybody talking about him, right? It's getting everybody talking, and I think that's probably going to get them, the money that they want sooner or later. They're going to get a big payday, coming to them, from all of this. And so, all of the fathers, I think they doing a good job, and I think that people, looking at it wrong, and I think a lot of people was just too caught up in their feelings about their favorite fighters, to the point that when they talk trash about one of their favorite fighters, now they all, trying to cook the dads and everything. The dads need to get away from their sons. They want to separate them and all of that stuff. Let them speak up for themselves. But I think they doing what they supposed to be doing. Like Boots, Devin, and Mason, they my 3 favorite fighters, and we got Brian Norman Sr. talking crazy about Boots. I know I think it's nonsense that he talking, but I ain't mad at him though. I just want to see the fight. I'm hoping that all that he's talking is going to make the fight happen, and that makes the fight more exciting because now it's a backstory there. And I think that's what these dads are doing right, as far as talking trash about these other fighters that's their sons' peers. Because you're creating a backstory. Now, when the fight comes into play, now it's going to be more anticipation of what's going to happen. It's going to be more intrigue, more people trying to buy the fight because they know the backstory now. I think people think it's going to be a better fight when there's a backstory. With like everybody keep calling for Keyshawn to fight Cruz, because it's a backstory there, and Cruz, with the little funny stuff about I'm your dad and all of that stuff, I think that's adding to it. So now we can't wait to see them 2 fight. And Cruz not even the champion or not even near being the champion yet, So I think the father's doing what they supposed to be doing, man. I think we need to let them go ahead and do what they going to do. You know, you can't get mad at and a lot of people get mad at the fighters because of what their dad is saying. You know, so at the same time, if you're gonna do that, then you're regarding them as one. Then you can't try to separate them and say let the son talk. Then you can't say let the fighter talk. If you're blaming the fighter for what the dad is saying, then let him do his thing. He promoting. And last but not least, Ryan Garcia, man, I really think that people looking at it wrong. You know, as far as when we say we ask why did Ryan Garcia win? I'm not thinking about who fault it is or who gets credit or none of that stuff. I'm just thinking about plainly what allowed him to win the fight. What was the reason that Devin lost the fight? I agree. I think we all agreed that Devin Haney fought the wrong fight against Ryan Garcia. It seemed like he was on the front foot. You know, he was trying to walk Ryan down. He was trying to hook with Ryan, try to punch with him and all of that stuff, instead of doing what we normally see him do well, which is box and evade punches and stuff, you know, pivot and all of that stuff, and work off the jab. I mean, he got countered with the jab, you know, but I think that all was him just not keeping that right hand up, you know. To fix that easy. So that was his mistake there, I think. But at the same time, we ain't going to throw away all the advantages that Ryan had. Ryan Garcia came in 3 pounds overweight. It don't make a difference if Devin took the money or not. It don't make the weight go away. He still was physically 3 pounds overweight and didn't have to go through the strenuous task of losing as much weight as Devin did to try to make it down to 140, because he didn't even, at one point, he didn't even try to make it further than 143. And on top of that, we had we had Nandrolone. They overlooked that. Nandrolone was present. You know what I'm saying? It was Nandrolone and Ostarine. They threw out the Nandrolone because they took 2 tests. You know, one was the night of the fight and the day after the fight. And the one after the fight didn't have no traces of Nandrolone in it, so they threw it away. But the Ostarine was still there. And I think it's crazy for people to talk about the nanograms and how much Ostarine was in the system as if, you know, they're overlooking what he could have had in the system before the fight, before the IVs and all of that stuff. You're not going to, it don't work like that. Like how much you have in your system at the time is going to give you the benefits. No, you get the benefits from what you're using beforehand. You know, you done cut weight, gain muscle mass, or whatever you had to do with it, and now you're getting it out of your system for the fight. If you're cheating, you're trying to get it out of your system, so you're not going to get caught with a lot in your system. You're going to get caught with a little tiny bit. That's why they don't allow none.
Right.
And we saw him on video with IVs and all of that stuff. But people want to dismiss that, I think, because people just don't like Devin. But
well, at the end of the day, hey, my whole thing, and I don't think people dislike Devin. I think people dislike Bill. And I think that's what it really comes down to. But shout out to my brother, man, Frequent. Anything you got going, we can, first off, you got a channel yet?
Man, I got a bunch of channels, man. I got this channel right here.
drop the link so we if you put content out, man, we need to follow you, man. I didn't even know. I apologize.
I mean, I fly everything RC on my Frequent Flyer RC channel. You know, that's why the name Frequent Flyer RC. I'm flying planes, I'm flying drones, and drop cars and all of that stuff. Anything radio controlled. And then you know the flyer frequent. That's the Frequent Flyer page. The flyer frequency thing, I'm gonna talk boxing on whatever, you know, just open topics.
Hey, man, put it in the chat, man, so I can sub accordingly. And
no doubt.
I'll pull up and talk crazy on your show. You already know how I am, man. I'll pull up and talk crazy. Salute to my brother.
Salute, y'all.
Hey, freaking take it easy, my brother, and be safe out there. Man, we got my sister in the chat, man. Or on the panel. Shout out to my sister Ty, man. Ty, I'm gonna give you your time.
I damn near fell asleep frequent. He trying to kill me. Nah, nah,
So
he just passionate about his fight. I get it, and everybody has a different perspective. But I wish he would have stayed up here because I actually had a response to something that he said, and I wanted to for him to clarify. So he mentioned how he thinks it's a good thing that these fathers are out here, talking for their sons. He thinks it's helping them build the fights. But I disagree simply because the fighters are not talking trash. Their fathers are. So unless the fathers is about to get in the ring, it just really doesn't make any sense to me. And then he, as you said, we don't really dislike Devin. It's Bill. So you can't really say that he's doing a good job promoting him if no one likes your son because of things that you say and do. You know what I mean? So the two just don't really correlate. I mean, I get it. Fathers, they're passionate as well. They're proud of their sons as they should be, proud of the work that they've done with their sons as they should be. But, it doesn't really cause for you to be messy. And regardless to what is said or done, you have to look at what's right in front of you, right? And yes, everyone has their own perspective of what's being said in the media by these fathers, but I mean, one thing that you can't deny is that we see the fathers more than the fighters, which is a little bit of a problem. And if you can't admit that, then maybe something's wrong with you. Because I don't want to hear nothing from you. You ain't no damn fighter. How you gonna tell me what your son gonna do? I want to hear him say it. That to me will make the fight. I want to hear the confidence that your son speaks when he says whatever he's gonna say about another fighter, talking trash about another fighter. Not you. Because to me, that shows a weakness in your son that you got to be out here popping for him. Because DJ father wasn't doing that. Sean Porter father wasn't doing that. You got men. I mean, Abdullah's father is not doing that because they have faith in their sons. So at the end of the day, if you really believe in your son like you say you do, then let him talk for himself. He's a grown man with children of their own. In Devin's case, that's a married grown man with a child of his own. There's no way you should still be speaking for him.
Hold on, is he married? Did he marry that girl?
He's married to that girl that that he has the baby with. And shout out to him and his baby. I think the baby should be a couple months now. Beautiful little girl too. She's very pretty. But yeah, they're married. That's his wife. So there's no way that your father should still be speaking for you. So I was happy to hear that he did a separate interview with Cigar Talk outside of Bill. Trying to get his own name out there. And I heard also that Brian Norman Jr. is starting to do his own interviews. Unfortunately, they're still overshadowed by what their fathers are doing. And it doesn't always, I mean, I get it. Some people think good publicity, bad publicity, it's all publicity, but nah, everything ain't good money. And when you out here running around just being messy, the fans are a little involved because guess what? The first place these fathers run to is where? Social media.
Thanks.
So you're looking for the fans to get engaged. You're looking for some type of response. If not, keep the shit to yourself. Why are you posting everything? Why are you on the internet doing all these interviews? I mean, to be honest, you ain't going to CNN. You ain't going to NBC. You got to go to the internet.
Hey, Ty,
So,
I got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I believe we might have, and matter of fact, I'm going to hit you behind the scene. Let me hit you behind the scene. I don't even want to put it out there like that. I got something for you. And
well, anyway, let me land my plane so you can go ahead and go to bed.
I'm tired of the motherfucker.
Nah, but that's just it. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to my brother All Star Izzy, man. Shout out to All Star. Go ahead.
There's nobody really trying to denigrate these men. What I want for them to do is to stop, I guess, antagonizing the fans. Because when you come and put and please stop posting your business online. If you're going to handle business and conduct business, then do it where it's supposed to be conducted and handled. Don't run to social media with numbers if you don't want people calling you a duck for a certain amount of numbers. None of us would know any of this stuff if it was not for them. So people draw their own conclusion based on whatever it is that they believe. You can't get mad at me when you bring me the information. You coming to me with lies on your tongue, not the other way around. I mean, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on the whole situation. As far as the fathers, I mean, yeah, they got their sons to where they are. Nobody can deny that. But at what point do you let their hand go and let them cross the street on their own? What point do they get to step into their own masculinity?
I'll be honest, as a dad, hey, that's a fine line that you got to choose, and
But you must choose.
But you must choose. You got to choose it eventually, and hey, hey, you're a grown motherfucker, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. That's how I look at it. But we're gonna see what happens. Last question, real quick. Tomorrow, well, not even last question. So tomorrow we will be live again. We got the political show. We'll be talking politics, and I believe the political show is gonna lead into. Shout out to my brother Marky Dan. I believe the political show is going to lead into the conspiracy show tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow. But sis, I appreciate you, and you already know what it is. And
as always, I will holla. Thank you so much for letting me up, Dub.
And shit, thank you for pulling up. You already know, man.
All right.
Hey. I gotta tell y'all, man. Oh, he said, hey, Izzy, man, here, email me first. You know what I'm saying? After you email me, I'll reach back out, and my email is I'm dropping it in the chat right now. So you can probably go find it on my show, but this is the way you reach out, and we'll make it happen, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I like what you got going on over at your show. I ain't gonna lie. That's my brother right there. Izzy, hey, if y'all don't know, y'all go sub to Izzy. Izzy doing his thing over there. And an individual I like to call a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna tell the truth. Everybody ain't gonna tell the truth the way that certain individuals do. And my brother Izzy always over there speaking the truth over there. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to my brother. Shout out to my brother Rick Timms, man. This the big homie right there. Straight from the sunny side. You know what I'm saying? The sunny side of Houston. Salute, man. Much love and respect to my brother, my big homie. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Rick Timms, man. Much love and respect. We out for the night. And hey, hit me up, bro. Hit me up. Hey, we'll rock, man. We'll definitely rock. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta tell you, we had a great show tonight. Another great show, as always. And man, we all over here, man. You're rocking on the right side.
You can't fight the power of Gervonta Tank Davis. What a scintillating display. Well, you question Deontay Wilder's power. The proof is in the banana pudding as he just turned the lights out.
Cool boy, Stephen Fulton Jr.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is the skill, the highly regarded Devin the